Let me take a second here to make sure that we've got our quality settings. It's a very exciting day today, and I am in the worst possible shape to celebrate it. But today is the day that Terra Invicta has become available to the wider public. The game is now released into early access. I don't know if there is a specific plan for how long it's going to be in early access. Actually, let's take a second here. We can bring up the store page. Oh, interesting. A lot of reviews coming in with some... I'm a little surprised, actually. So let's actually take a second here and see what the page is going to say about early access. So early access game, here's what the developers have to say. Why early access? Terra Invicta is an ambitious grand strategy game that can be improved through a long period of testing, support, and expansion in early access. Grand strategy games are complex, and player feedback is essential. We have experience working together with the community from our time creating the Long War mods, and we look forward to improving Terra Invicta together. Approximately how long will this game be in early access? Terra Invicta will be in early access for at least several months, but possibly longer depending on how the design develops with player feedback. How is the full version planned to differ from the early access version? The current build is already the complete game for all 7 factions. The goal of early access will be to continue to refine and polish the simulation of geopolitics and solar system exploration, deepen the strategic experience and strength of the AI, and generally fix issues and bugs. We plan to add some content, but the vast majority of the game is already available. What is the current state of the early access version? The early access version is fully playable and has the gameplay features described on the Steam page. However, there are balance issues. We've provided gameplay tools that are too effective for their cost or not effective enough. Let us know about them and we'll adjust. There are bugs and possibly crashed desktops out there, which we hope to discover with your help. There is still content coming in, event illustrations and music tracks in particular. We'd like to add more events and projects too. Non-English translations of Terra Invicta are still being tested and improved. The game has a couple of novels worth of text, and we know that there will be some issues remaining. Please remain patient with us as we work on fixing problems and increasing translation quality. Some modding features are not fully automated yet and may require extra steps to use. Will the game be priced differently during and after early access? The price might increase during or after early access as work on supporting and expanding the game continues. How are you planning on involving the community in your development process? We monitor our Discord and the Steam forums for player feedback and suggestions. We appreciate all ideas, bug reports, and player experiences, and we look forward to making Terra Invicta a better game together. I will also mention that Pavonis does also have a website and a forum. So the forum, I believe, is where the developer diaries were. But I don't know if they're eventually going to be migrating over to the. I don't know if what the plans are in terms of migrating things over. Now, I think if you go on the website right now, I think they were mentioning something about a streamer. I'll take a quick second here and bring it. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with the stream right now. If you could just give me a second here, I want to take a quick second here. There is a wiki for this game, incidentally. I will just take a second to link that. I suspect when I took a look last night, it was a bit sparse, but obviously that's not surprising. The game, I mean, the point of a wiki is to have a community maintain it, and if the community is limited to the people who've been able to play the game a bit early, are there, obviously you're not going to see the same, you're not going to see a very wide range of contributions. Actually, on that note, I wanted to say this a little bit closer to getting into the game, but it's probably better to get it. Hey, Eyes of Sin, good to see you. I'm in the talky part of the stream at the start, but if there's some bodies in here, I'll happily shout out your stuff. Otherwise, I'd be happy to shout you out when there's a little bit more of a pulse in the channel. I don't actually keep the viewer numbers up anymore, so I'm not 100% sure where we are. I look at them at the end of the stream, but I don't necessarily think there's a lot of value in looking at the ticking count as as time goes by. But maybe now's not a bad time to mention, I was given a copy of Terra Invicta from Hooded Horse a little bit early, so this is why we were able to play it over the weekend. I'm very, very grateful for that, because I think this is a great game. I had a lot of fun playing the demo as well, which they provided sort of some early access to as well, and special sort of streamer version of the game, which allowed me to save, and that was really helpful because it allowed me to make a bit more progress in the game than I otherwise would have. But it's also worth mentioning that I actually I was a Kickstarter backer for this game originally, so I suppose I have double an interest here. But the big one for me actually is to highlight the fact that I am very enthusiastic about this game, and I personally actually think this game is really interesting. I'll also just say really good. But with that in mind, it's important to disclose those kinds of interests. And while I don't think you necessarily need to say you've Kickstarter backed a game, I obviously was very grateful to receive the key to cover the game a bit early, along with a lot of other very good streamers. But yeah, so there was actually, let me just take a second to see if I can find. I did want to go over this material here because it's actually talking about the plans for development during early access, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted to read this material before. But it looks like it was Perun Gaming AU, so this may be the person who's sort of responsible for everybody blobbing the EU early on in the game. But I think they were. I think the idea here is that those videos are featured on the Steam page. Now the thing is that for me, my style is definitely to burn my hand on the stove a lot, and this can sometimes create some frictions in terms of playing the game because there's a lot of people who sort of have a common or an accepted sort of way of doing things. And obviously for me, like I do like the possibility of finding some new things. I mean, it's why in the demo we tried North America, and that actually seemed to work quite well. And of course, I've been able to see how the game has changed as a result of that, because we wanted to try a few different versions. And that's one of the reasons why we're actually playing the tutorial right now. But for those of you who are looking to get into the game, there is that wiki link there. And it seems like whether it's on the Steam page or if you can just take a look on there, it does actually seem like Pavonis has sort of endorsed this tutorial material, which is a slight shame for me because I was actually really wanting to record a bunch of videos to help people on board on the game. But I think it's actually, I say this with tongue firmly in cheek, because honestly, the more popular this game is, the more people there are going to be sort of playing it, giving feedback, and more people who are going to be watching it. So this is definitely the sort of stuff which is really exciting to see so early on in the life of the game. Now, there's already a hotfix for the game. I wasn't actually going to read those notes. But what I will do is let's take a look at the trailer first, and then we can talk about the future plans.
All has changed. Our old lives are gone, but there is a new world to come.
Tell me your orders.
We'll make our appeal.
Bringing them on board.
Our associates are now in charge.
We've gained significant support.
Headed there now. We are go for liftoff.
What is science, if not a consensus of trial and error?
The war against the aliens can't be won on Earth alone.
Creatures are, where they came from, and what they plan to do on Earth.
Good stuff, right? Allgren's pleased to see you as always. So that's what we're signing on to. Actually, one thing I am going to do, because I think I under level my
Tell me your
characters.
orders.
So we've got recruit, augment. Okay. That's just a little something for myself. So yeah, I do want to take I do want to jump into the game, but I figure this also gives people a chance to jump in. I will also confess, I did not get a lot of sleep last night, and I've got a ton of stuff that I need to do. So I'm going to keep the hours pretty strict for the reason I didn't get a lot of sleep is just because I did Terra Invicta over the weekend, and we went late for that. A lot more than the menu stuff you've seen so far. Are you you're trying to suggest I spend too much time in the menus? But yeah, I'm absolutely gonna do my best to do this game as well as I can, and still be responsible with my work duties and my sleep duties and all that. But I'm partly going on the adrenaline and excitement of this game being released. Yeah, no worries. Actually, I also am somewhat dreading the moment of space combat because it's quite complicated. But I was actually going to show a little bit of the space stuff early on today. So let's just take a second here. I want to read the plans for development just because I think that's relevant to the early access stuff that I read before. Plus, it gives me a chance to show the trailer, and then we'll jump into the game. So, learning to play. If you'd like to see some materials to help learn some strategies for your own playthrough, you can check out our release stream at the store page of Perrin's Playthrough, where he goes through each aspect on how to handle both geopolitics on Earth and the solar system colonization, or take a look at the quick start guide on the wiki. Early access plans. This is a rough roadmap of what we've got planned for Terra Invicta in EA and beyond. This is hugely subject to change based on player feedback and our own judgment, so don't regard any of this as a promise, just as a plan as it exists. We hope that during EA, you'll watch the game get better and better as we work towards a 1.0 release. Scenario, we're planning to work on what we're calling a 2070 scenario during EA. This is essentially a start for players who want to play with a smallish space program up and running from the get-go. This will show up in a regular update of the game at some point. See below for the status of the Cold War and Foothold scenarios. General UI. Camera operation will get a look. Right now, the UI tries to helpfully focus zoom pop on an information panel when you click something. Sometimes that's not desired. We'll look at making mouse camera interactions consistent so you can say get the information panel without moving your camera. Notification controls. There are a few of these already, but the game generally is coded for notifications pop an alert and add info to the top center horizontal feed, or just add something to the left side vertical newsfeed. We remain hopeful that we can reach player consensus on what specific events belong where, but we'll look at adding specific controls for alert priority if we can't. We will look at scaling UIs for better accessibility and better deck support. This may not be trivial to pull off. There's a lot of information to present. This is definitely a challenge for a lot of strategy games, let alone grand strategy games. Nations, numeric breakdowns of what's changing certain nation values along the lines of, in the last month, GDP in Mexico went up due to the economy priority by 20 million, went down due to environmental damage by 3 million, and down by 5 million due to warfare. This would be very, very helpful because I'm making some guesses in terms of what's affecting some of these things. Longer term, if we can keep it performant, we'll record interesting national data for long-term performance reviews. Also this kind of feedback for climate change values. Nation policies. Add major policies for nations. Close borders. Massive hit to economy. Defense bonus. Severely limits which counselors can visit. Essentially how North Korea is now. And mobilization. Army warfare. Army manual pathing and or destination selection that allows for multiple steps. A UI breakdown for Army combat about the modifiers going into battle. We'll test an annex region option during warfare. This will be a long-duration operation by an army to transfer a claimed and occupied region to its home nation. Right now, armies capture a capital and claim territory transfers as part of a regime change. This is an alternative mechanism to slowly transfer territory in what is otherwise a stalemate. I think they have a very specific country in mind when they're thinking of this, but... space combat. AI that works better towards flanks and protects its own flanks better. AI that uses standoff tactics on stations, greater preference for self-preservation, controls for ships to stay in formation with other ships, group commands, a pincer pre-combat option, or some other name like that. Right now, the way to engage fleets that have more Delta V than you do and don't want to fight is to send 2 fleets at once so they are forced to engage the second one. We'll simplify that by letting you split your fleet as the combat starts. The enemy will be forced to fight the weaker of your 2 fleets. HABs. A duplicate HAB design button. This will be limited in some ways because HABs in different locations have different power production and requirements. Shipyards need work. The higher tier shipyards aren't helpful enough. Need to review antimatter mining. This will never be that. It will never be that much. There's very little natural antimatter created in the solar system. Modding. Our current modding setup doesn't allow you to add or substitute new text in easily. We're planning to fix this. Down the road, we'll start conversing with modders about how we can open up aspects of TI Terra Invicta, better for modding, like exposing a constant encode to config. Startup options, some control of your initial counselors, professions, etc., difficulty fine-tuning, global research speed multiplier. Space exploration and navigation, aero capture, gravity assist trajectories, allow fleets to abort planned trajectories while waiting for their launch window. This is in progress. Ship propellant sharing so that they can refuel each other. This should enable tanker-style ship designs. Large comets need VFX, 2 HAB-site space bodies like Vesta and a few others. Counselors, we're going to explore hard stat caps for various counselor classes below 25 as a balancing mechanism and to make you think a little bit harder about who to recruit. Invest in your orgs to upgrade them, traits or other mechanisms that can lower loyalty of counselors. AI. The late game human AI needs to get better at building and utilizing fleets and pursuing its victory conditions. AI peacemaking will get a look. Interstate wars tend to persist longer than they need to. Human HAB AI building still needs some work, particularly with regard to non-required modules. We've also seen successful players fill low Earth orbits with stations to gain Earth bonuses. The AI doesn't do this nearly as much as we would like. Translations. Non-English versions of Terra Invicta are still being tested and improved. This game has a couple novels worth of text, and we know that there are some issues remaining. Please be patient with us as we work on fixing problems and increasing translation quality. Performance. The main remaining problem is that the late game AI has a lot to do, and sometimes the game can get pretty choppy while it is considering its options. This includes designing and building ships, organizing fleets, and managing orgs. We made a lot of progress with combat and Earth UI related performance issues shortly before release. There might be some UI improvements that we can still manage, and there are large summary UIs, research and nations in particular, that are slow to load. Content, more event mission objective illustrations are on the way, more strategy layer music tracks are in production, additional faction leader voice files, and finally, probably post-EA, Cold War and Foothold far future scenarios. These may not be available during the EA period. We'd like to add some additional features to Terra Invicta to better support these, like wet naval warfare and nation-like polities in space. These are a bit more complex to add than some of the things that we've listed above, so we'll need to assess what it will take to develop these. Stay tuned. This is all in addition to the bug fixing and balancing that we will be doing. Thank you. You have all been so great in supporting us over these years of development. From the entire development team at Pavonis Interactive and the publishing team at Hooded Horse, thank you. We can't wait to see your reviews and feedback on the game. So, a little over 15 minutes. Sorry, a little over 15 minutes in, I think we are more than ready to jump into Terra Invicta and start repairing my Resistance playthrough that we did over the weekend. Incidentally, it's mildly appropriate that we're playing this at a time where I believe that NASA has been trying to knock an asteroid off course. I did actually do a little bit of play on my own, so I was playing as the Initiative, but we're going to jump back to the Resistance. So yeah, Algrins, to your earlier point, like one of the things is that I think this is also going to be true of a lot of videos that you watch, because space combat is something that, unless you go into skirmish mode, is probably going to be one of the last phases that you have in your overall game. And we're going to talk about that a little bit, but essentially if you think about the state of the world at the time that the invasion happens, we're only just reinvigorating some of our space programs. So it's not that we've stopped space exploration. We have a number of different technologies that we've been employing. So, we don't necessarily have things like the Apollo missions, but we do have, the Hubble Space Telescope, and of course now the James Webb telescope. Clearly there is this new renewed interest with private space flight. And I mean, I know SpaceX and Blue Origin are the ones that get a lot of attention, but it is fair to say that this is something that defense contractors have been in for a long time too. I mean, Lockheed Martin and Boeing, I know, are two big contributors. So, the thing is that obviously tech has sort of had its moment, and there's a lot of attention that goes to that goes to tech, but it's not that we don't have any it's not that we have like no interest in it, and the fact of the matter is, it's like a company like Lockheed or Boeing, they've had a while to develop that capacity. But it is also fair to say that we're certainly engaging with space in a very different way than we were before. And I think, to a certain extent, some of that may even be just due to a certain, almost reignition of some rivalries. We have China, which is, put a probe on the dark side of the moon, which is certainly a very impressive accomplishment. And I think we were talking earlier in chat about South Korea doing a launch. It's maybe not. It's one of the reasons why the last stream I wanted to bring up For All Mankind, because it's one of these things that I do think tends to spark the imagination. But it's also maybe worth saying that this is stuff that's kind of been hiding in plain sight to a certain extent. But again, it would be irresponsible of me to say that this is that there's not been a significant shift in the way that we have thought about space and space exploration. But it would be fair to say, even with this renewed interest, we're really not in a position where we're going to be industrializing space, and that is ultimately the way in which we are fighting the alien invasion. So, hello, Carlo the Curious. So let's actually go to the. I was actually gonna build up towards it, but we can talk. Oh, you know what? I don't think we have the tech for it now, actually. We'll talk. We've got an alien craft here. I should be able to zoom into it. Yeah, there we go. I just needed a lot of zooming. So as far as I can tell, these things really exist to kind of just slam into the earth. Now, I think in this case they will be unleashing, various alien biology, and that may not necessarily be very good for us. But you can see here that there's a combat rating. Now, I guess this might kind of count as like a little bit of a spoiler or a, some advanced knowledge. I'm pretty sure we've gotten to this point in the demo, but like basically somewhere in the solar system, there is an alien factory that is building these things. And essentially we're going to do the same. So right now, because we don't have that much of a space program, and the people who do control sort of space assets right now are the Academy and the Exodus project. So there's Tiangong Station. I don't know if we get to look at specific details. It actually looks like it's just a core.
Flight controller is about 15 seconds to CSM act.
And here's the Exodus, or sorry, no, the Academy owns the International Space Station. So again, in this case here, they've got the core. There's a science module, a solar collector, 2 solar collectors. I have no idea whether or not they're generating the water that they need for this thing. Actually, it looks like the science lab might be. No, those are the costs. It is a really cool zoom. I mean, one thing that I do kind of like about it is I'll zoom out. Like, it does feel like they put some attention in terms of like the distances and all of that. So like, obviously if you go out at a sufficient zoom, everything's kind of like bunched together, but that's the way it is. Like, I think some of you may have seen those maps that actually show the distance between some of the bodies sort of at the extremes of the solar system. And like, I think we tend to get an idea that our solar system is a lot more compressed than it is, just because of the fact that it's more convenient to be able to portray it on a page. Like, right, not everybody's going to want a 45-page fold-out in a science book to see what the actual distance are. So, maybe you'll like do the log distance or something like that. But as you can see, you zoom in and all of a sudden the scale starts to make a little bit more sense. And, so, you couldn't necessarily see the moon before, right? But if we were to go to Saturn, I think you all know specifically why I'm choosing Saturn over all the other ones. We go in here. Oh, there's Titan. Maybe we can, see my my special industry on here. But yeah, so I mean, other than the fact that it's really cool to show off some of the space stuff, what I was hoping to do was sort of show the alien base at the, at the extremes, and I think we're just going to have to wait for technology to do that. I don't think we're going to see any of these in... Yeah, I suspect we're probably going to have to be waiting a while. But it is maybe worth mentioning. So there is a reason why I'm wasting all this time on space, and it's actually because I'm saying that I'm wasting the time on space. So on Earth, I kind of like to think that you can break this game up sort of into some various stages. So right now, there's a lot of the world which is not really ideologically aligned with any of the factions right now. And so right now, at the moment, we're trying to establish our base. And you'll notice we're actually tending to fight with other groups to be able to accomplish some of our goals here. One thing that happened to us is that we lost Canada to the Protectorate, who kind of want to basically just surrender to the aliens. It feels like they do want to defend humanity, but essentially just kind of through maybe it'll say if I appease the aliens. So, and I think we might be able to get some information about that in the Intel tab. So we've got a commission. I guess it doesn't give us any kind of biographical information. One thing I am a little interested... Oh, interesting. Prices for delivery in low Earth orbit per decaton. I wasn't aware that you can actually spend money to move things to and from space. That's actually really interesting knowledge. So, it is a really pretty game. It's actually kind of funny because it looked very different from what I imagined based on like kind of the way the game was being talked about. But the thing is that sometimes when something's different, you will, your reaction might be negative. And I don't think I ever had a negative, response to the visual style, but it was definitely unexpected for me. So I was kind of left thinking, okay, where are they going with this? But having had a chance to get my hands on the game and play it, like I'm like, wow, this is actually really cool. So yeah, it is a very, very good looking game. And I mean, it's one of these things where you'd almost think there's like an either or, but there's so much depth to it as well. And that's what I wanted to talk about here. So we're in the stage where we're trying to establish ourselves in the world's nations. So the strategy we were employing here was to go up through Mexico to try and take the United States. The usual way that I do this is also to take Canada and essentially sort of skewer the U.S. And in this case here, the Protectorate successfully took Canada completely. And this just means that it's that much more difficult for me to win over. So we're actually going to be doing something that kind of happens, in my opinion at least, in a later stage of the game, which is we're going to be trying to sort of dislodge people from desirable resources. Now, it's worth saying, it's like, okay, so I put a lot of eggs in this basket for the United States. Why? Because in the end, as the trailer said, the war against the aliens is not going to be fought on Earth. In fact, I think it's probably fair to say that if we are limited to defending ourselves on Earth, we're going to lose. And this is because, again, if they're able to just keep sending ships after us, and we have to, every time there's a ship that lands, we're losing a little bit more ground, or they're getting a bit stronger on the planet, we'll eventually be overwhelmed. So we want to take the fight to the aliens. And that brings us to all of that space stuff I was talking about before, which is we are going from a humanity that has been maybe not indifferent to the stars, but has certainly been underinvesting in the stars. And what we want to do now is we want to industrialize space, to not just industrialize, but militarize space, and to be able to fight the aliens. One, prevent those ships from landing on Earth, but number two, to be able to take the fight to them and to be able to attack some of their own productive capacity. I, for one, embrace our new alien brothers. We should join them against the squirming masses of humanity infesting the blue planet. So, I don't know if you know this, Carlo the Curious, but there are 7 factions you can play in this game, and you absolutely have the option of playing the people who are not on humanity's side. So let's do a review. Just again, I'm in this tricky position where I've done some of the tutorial material earlier on, and there's going to be sort of a set of knowledge that's already sort of embodied in this playthrough. I'll maybe do a quick review of the goals that I've achieved. I think that's the best I can do, because it's been about a half hour and we do want to see some gameplay. But it wouldn't be a bad idea to introduce the different factions. So we're playing the Resistance. So like all humanity's problems, we wait till the last minute and desperately flail wildly at the 1 minute to midnight trying to fix the problem. Hey, it's worked so far. By the way, Eyes of Sin, are you still around? For those of you who do not know the Eyes of Sin, they are a wonderful emote artist responsible for these lovely beings that you can see inside here. And I think I will actually take a second here to bring up the... Oh, Hooded Horse liked it. Okay, I really got to deliver. But I am going to get a quick little bit of advertising out. I just saw a bit of sad news from someone I'm quite fond of. Anyways, this is Eyes of Sin's Twitter. Whether you would like to check out their stuff or, hire them for a commission, that's available there. Hey, no worries. But there's also a coffee there, and coffee is an opportunity to see Eyes of Sin's art. Not just art. There's a few other things that they post up to and including photographs. But it is also an opportunity to be able to support them. And again, everybody's got a donation button. Everybody's asking for money. I definitely like being able to shout out Eyes of Sin because they've provided emotes that I'm incredibly happy with for the channel. But on top of that, it is the way they make their living, and so I will always put those links out because number one, it's always nice to see beautiful things in the world. But number two, for those of you who have the means and the interest of doing so, I always like to be able to support the people who are looking for a bit of funding. So there is my chance to shout it out. Also, Eyes of Sin has done a wonderful job of making me a little bit more conscious about the environment and all of the wonderful creatures and cute things on the planet. And so it makes me much more inclined to defend Earth rather than give in to the aliens. So, on that note, I am playing the Resistance. The Resistance essentially is trying to, resist the alien invasion. And the biggest problem is, number one, trying to convince humanity that this is a problem worth considering. Because, again, we have terrestrial concerns. We've got a war going on. We've got climate change. We've got, the people who we don't like are getting elected, and how dare they? And universities are saying things that I'm unhappy with, and so I'm gonna do that. Like, we're tied up into a lot of our things, and I'll maybe save some of this chat for a little bit later, but I definitely think that this game is really interesting because of the factions and the ideology and the fact that humanity does not just wake up and unite. I actually think that this is following in the literary tradition of the the alien invasion, the existence of extraterrestrial life, and this is whether it's something like Arrival or Independence Day, or which is kind of War of the Worlds. There's a lot of different ways that story has been told, and I would be very surprised if this was at least not presence in the mind. It's maybe not the first consideration for this game. I think this game is definitely a strong strategy game and should be acknowledged for that. But I definitely think that this game is not, how do I put it? I think they are aware of sort of the tradition in which they're participating. And in that sense, I think this game is quite comparable to some games that I think did narrative very well in a pure gameplay environment. And I'm specifically here thinking of Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri and Sid Meier's Civilization Beyond Earth. And I know people have strong opinions on Beyond Earth. I think Beyond Earth is a wonderful game. But I know perhaps designers would maybe not want... They might like to be compared to Alpha Centauri, but maybe not Beyond Earth. So in any case, we'll definitely talk about that later, but we will talk a bit about the different factions. Oh, hey, cool. We do have faction profiles. So do I have a resistance profile by any chance? I guess not. So we're basically the people who are trying to, yell "Wake up, sheeple," and tell everybody that this, this alien invasion is something we need to take seriously. We need to commit resources to it, and we need to fight it. We don't do anything else. This is straight up Watch the Skies mega game LARP, just in video game form. Yeah, so I actually looked up Watch the Skies because a few people were mentioning that in chat. So someone you might think is has common cause with us, and superficially they do. We've got Humanity First. So Hans Castillo, he's a colonel born in Argentina, and the agenda is eradicate the aliens and all who support them. Enlisted paratrooper in the Falklands War, awarded for bravery at the Battle of Mount Longdon. Actually, you know what? It doesn't really say that much about Humanity First ideology. The agenda's better here, so I'll also give the quote. They are not life forms or xenosapiens. They are demons incarnate. They and the traitors who support them will face our judgment. So the thing that's interesting about Humanity First is, and the way that they are distinguished from the Resistance, is that the Resistance wants to defend Earth. And that will mean that the extermination of the aliens is not necessarily the goal. If it's possible to achieve the end of the invasion without exterminating the aliens, it's reasonable to think that that would be sufficient. However, it's also worth mentioning that there is a much stronger argument that the Resistance is ready to preserve humanity, whereas Humanity First does not necessarily see that as a priority. Right? There are some humans that are not to be considered worthy of saving, and in fact are people to be opposed and exterminated. And that is a whole set of contradictions that is fascinating to deal with. This is definitely a group that I think is interesting, but it's not like my first choice to play. If you want to do the tutorial, you have to play as the Resistance, but it was one I kind of wanted to play anyway. Next up, we've got the Initiative. Led by Soren Van Wyk, chairman, born in Cape Town, South Africa, and the agenda is exploit the alien arrival to gain power. Every circumstance is an opportunity. Our test is to recognize and seize it. So to a certain extent, you might even think that this is sort of an X-Files kind of a group, which is just essentially trying to make sure that they can get the best outcome for themselves, regardless of how the invasion turns out. So in this case here, this is actually the one that I've been playing on my own. And one thing I've actually been doing for this one is I actually tend to go for a lot of developing nations. Something that maybe in a previous setup would be called Third World, but I think the distinction between the two is Third World is sort of dividing the world between kind of the two sides in the Cold War. And that's maybe not as meaningful as a distinction anymore. So generally, we'll talk about developing when it comes to to economies that are still being built up. Well, developing, that's kind of in the title. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any information for the servants, but essentially these are the people who see that the fight against the aliens is something of a lost cause, and so they want to preserve humanity through kind of comply. Or sorry, hang on. No, my apologies. The servants are a totally different faction. The Protectorate was what I was talking about. The servants are the ones who basically sort of see the aliens as getting, this cleansing fire of the irredeemable humanity, and so they are absolutely a fifth column for the alien invasion. The Protectorate was the one who wanted to appease the aliens. So Kiran Banerjee, commissioner from India, agenda: protect humanity by appeasing the aliens. We cannot fight a war that will result in our extinction. Our only hope is to understand what the aliens want with us and determine how to satisfy them without losing our independence. Yeah, well, like I said, Carlo, that seemed to be the one that you're on side for. Somewhat related to the servants, but it is distinct. So we've got Li Qingzhao, Chancellor from China, convinced the aliens that we are equals. We believe that we can join them as brothers and sisters if we only convince them that we are worthy. Now, this is actually a faction that gains that has a lot of support at the start of the game, and there's I'll say later on there's going to be the revelation that the aliens are not coming in peace, and this actually causes a drawback for the Academy. So you can almost think of the Academy as the Soviet Union and Twilight Struggle, in the sense that they start off very, very strong at the start of the game, but the trade-off is that the game is sort of structured against the USSR and Twilight Struggle, so you really need to make the most of your advantage early on. Otherwise, you're going to be left behind, and sort of the arc of history sort of bends towards your defeat. And finally, there's Project Exodus. Khalid Al-Ashkar, director from the United Arab Emirates, tech mogul, agenda: escape the aliens by sending humans to other stars. It has always been true that we must leave the cradle if our species is to survive. If these aliens are indeed hostile, the time to go is now. So in some senses, you can see how these different ideologies can actually sometimes line up with our goals. So for instance, Humanity First is someone who we might find common cause with to be able to build up the technology that we need to be able to resist the alien invasion. However, Project Exodus may also be useful early on in order to sort of promote the industrialization of space, right? We first of all, as a global community, we actually need to develop the technology to be able to do all of the sorts of things that I will eventually steer towards the construction of these fleets for defense. And the important thing is that I need to be aligned with Exodus just enough that they can get me what I want, but I need to also to be able to pivot towards the military application as opposed to the transport application. And that's where a lot of the interesting stuff comes into this game. So the way that technology will work in this is that you get to set the agenda based on your contribution to a particular project. So in this case here, the Protectorate has contributed the most to We Are Not Alone. Project Exodus has contributed the most to advanced electromagnetism, also to deep space propulsion concepts. And so if the other factions, including myself, are not able to assign enough technology to overtake them in terms of their in terms of the contribution, they're going to be setting the research agenda moving forward. Now, I only have 3.7 research. Actually, it says 3.8 here. And what I've chosen to do here is to put it entirely into my own technology. So this is global research and council engineering projects. These are projects that are private to me. I'm wondering. Okay, we've got Skywatch. There's a few. I wonder if there's a way to distinguish. I guess the cogs indicate private private research. So the ones that humanity has accomplished: mission to space, space science. We learn how to live and thrive in a vacuum. Existence in space. I'd love to read all of this again, but I know I need to get into the game. So this is a requirement for the following global texts: arrival law, deep space propulsion concepts, orbital shipbuilding, outpost hab, space research, and space tourism. Skywatch. Requirement for the following global text: deep system Skywatch mission to the asteroids. Allows all factions to track alien vessels and structures that are inside the orbit of Saturn, and immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range, which presumably would be within Saturn. So one thing we know is that the alien industrial base is beyond Saturn. And we can research further text that will give us a wider view. In fact, I don't think it'll be propulsion concepts, but we can take a look at the details. This just has requirements. Okay. So yeah, it doesn't seem to suggest much in terms of what we'll get out of these. So the thing is, I do want to be setting the agenda. If you're not setting the research agenda, then you are essentially hoping that the people who are aligned with your goals are going to be setting things in line with what you need. But on top of that, we've been talking a lot about establishing this foundation in the countries of Earth. But why are we establishing that base? And ultimately, it's so that we can build that. It's so that we can build out our. Well, again, at least for my faction, I want to industrialize space. I want to be able to launch things. The way that you launch things is through a combination. Well, you launch things through boost. So each point of boost represents the capability to move 10 metric tons of material from Earth's surface to low Earth orbit via rocket launchers and other conveyances. Boost can also deliver items to more distant destinations at a significant penalty. It is primarily generated from nations with a space program, but can also come from orgs. And then another stat that you need is mission control. The mission control resource accounts for all the staff and technical apparatus required to support our operations in space. Insufficient mission control makes it much easier for other factions to seize our space assets and makes accidents far more likely. We may not build or acquire new habs or ships if we do not have any mission control available. Excess mission control is converted into research and money. And so the idea here is that while it's all well and good, so I've got a pretty solid placement in Central America, and I've got most but not all of Mexico. The reason why I've been focusing so much on the United States is because obviously NASA and the entire both the universities but also private research, well, government private universities, essentially the United States is the place you want to go if you want to be doing some research. So one thing you can do, much like other grand strategy games, there are a few different layers that you can go over. And one thing that you might be interested in is taking a look, well, if the plan is to industrialize space, where are the places where you can gain that boost income and that mission control? Russia's got a very large amount, but that's actually due to, I believe it's Kazakhstan. So in this case, you've got Baikonur, which is the... Hello, Tikri. This is... I'm 99% sure where Yuri Gagarin sort of took the first manned space flight. So, in this case here, it seems, you've got 30 and it's like, why is the boost so high in Russia? Well, ultimately it's because of the Federation. So if you can claim Kazakhstan and then sort of either claim Russia or go away from Russia and snap up that research for yourself, or that boost for yourself, that's so much the better. Although I don't think you get a lot of mission control. Yeah, you don't get any. So you get the ability to launch rockets, but you don't necessarily get the ability to monitor where they all are in space. China, obviously, you've got a space program here, less developed than Russia and the United States, but it is something that'll give you mission control as well as boost. I think they said that South Korea just recently got some boost. In this case, it actually went down to 0. It looks like. Oh, that's probably because the initiative has been messing around with the Japan, another example. And then there's actually some launch facilities in Ukraine, if I recall. Or there should have been. There was in my playthrough that I was doing. Maybe that's because somebody took over and worked on it. Iran. But yeah, you can take a look at it here. Also, I believe there is a nation breakdown. I think, yeah, here. And what you could do is show all nations. And if you want, you can sort. Oh, that's right. I don't think it gives you the raw. Oh no, it looks like this is a monthly value. But yeah, I think in this case the Russian amount is counting Kazakhstan's boost here. So there's a few different ways that you can cut this, right? You can say it's like, okay, we want to pursue boost, we want to pursue mission control, maybe we'll want to pursue science, and of course, if you take a look at all of these things, the United States is sort of sitting on top. One strategy that was popular, at least as of the demo for the game, was to take France and then sort of start integrating the European Union into one nation. And that has a nice effect of sort of limiting your overhead in terms of controlling countries, as well as combining all of the science and boost facilities. It's definitely a valid strategy, but I think because it was one that was really popular during the demo, it was one I wanted to avoid, just because I don't necessarily think I'm going to learn anything if I just do what everybody else is doing. But that's not to suggest, and again, I think that broadcaster we were mentioning before, if they weren't the one to innovate it, they were at the very least the one to popularize it. So again, that's absolutely, I mean no disrespect whatsoever to that strategy. I think if it gets you in the game, you should probably do it. But I wanted to check the viability of this one, and it turns out this was the way that I found out that the game is definitely a lot more aggressive in terms of pursuing larger countries. There is one little thing that I'll mention here, because again, I've been taking forever to get started. I did notice that when you go to look at GDP, it gives you per capita GDP. Now, I kind of question this choice here, and I'll explain why. So they're probably not going to give me Luxembourg, assuming, yeah, the Benelux. So this maybe isn't as good of an example, but 1.7 trillion GDP. You know, rates pretty well for GDP. Oh, actually, Ireland, this is a great example for it. So, like, you can compare it, right? Like, the Benelux, so that's Belgium, Luxembourg, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg. In this case, you can see here, right, that there is, again, 1.7, almost 1.8 trillion in terms of GDP. And when you take a look at Ireland, it's 557 billion, and so you say it's like, well, this one's rated as a higher per capita GDP, and again, that's because they're dividing by the population. Now, as far as I can tell, as far as like the money that you're going to get from the country, I should maybe just double check this. The money that the nation is providing each month to be distributed to owners of the control points. So 0.1, and then you take a look at the Benelux. You've got 2.0, and that's because there's a much larger amount of GDP. This is most apparent when you start going to certain resource-rich countries in Africa. So you've got Libya, 109 billion, very low GDP per capita, but one of the reasons for that is there's an incredibly low GDP. But then we take a look at Nigeria, right? This is a very, very large economy, although actually it seems that you don't get that much funding. Maybe that's because of the spoils. But in any case, like, you can kind of take a look at some of this stuff, and you can, I guess the biggest one for me is that, so far as I can tell in this game, per capita GDP is going to be determining the instability of the country. And that would make sense, right? This, because per capita GDP is basically going to be an indication of the nation's ability to sort of satisfy the needs and wants of its population. But my guess is that if you are looking for sort of a source of income, well, even then, so we've got 0.2 from Nigeria. I guess that's monthly. So if we were to compare that with Ireland or the Benelux, yeah, well, Benelux 1.7, but that's definitely more than 2 times. So something else is affecting the funding. I should probably take a look into that. But yeah, in any case, my feeling was that the GDP per capita was probably going to be more aligned with unrest than it would necessarily be with your ability to gain income. And again, I tend to like this nation screen just because it lets me pretty quickly figure out sort of where I'm getting certain things. Another example might be, because we're military focused, I might want to take a look at military tech. Perhaps unsurprisingly, United States is at the top there. And, you know, it's mostly NATO countries, right? So US, Japan, UK. No real surprises there. But I was wondering if there was maybe something I could see for, funding. So if we wanted to maximize our return for monthly investment points, economic surplus that can be distributed to factions with control points in the priorities. I'm just trying to decide which one of these is better to judge the viability. So if you were saying like, okay, we really need to improve our cash position here, you'd say, okay, US, China, Russia, France, Japan, Germany. The catch is that the larger the country, the more difficult it is to take it over. And this is why we're actually going to be sort of heading into a bit of a challenging phase, something that might resemble later on in the game a bit more, where you're not just trying to establish your position, but you're trying to sort of crack the enemy positions and claim them for yourself. Sorry, I completely forgot where. Right, it was Nicaragua. So I've been doing a custom setup. I've been removing a point from spoils, and I've been putting it into knowledge to try and improve the overall welfare of the country. So the game does, as with most games like this, if you want to understand something, usually doing a mouse over on it will help you. So the knowledge priority covers investments in education and the free flow of information. Completing the knowledge priority increases education by 0.005, government by 0.005, and pulls cohesion towards the middle value of 5 by 0.01. This is important here because there's a few different factors, but generally, if you want to move from an authoritarian government, if you want to sort of generally increase stability and your ability to kind of, get stuff done, maybe, it's helpful to have basically a liberal democracy. Now, again, authoritarian countries can be very useful in this game too, but in this case here, I've been focusing more on just trying to invest a bit in the knowledge. One other thing that I'll just draw your attention to, because this is going to be relevant for taking Canada, you'll notice that in Nicaragua, 44% of the population supports the servants, compared to my 13%. So this is, if I were the servants, this is exactly the country I would try to crack and overthrow my control point for. The reason why I took these was, number one, just to try and establish a bit of a base for myself. But you also have, either with physical proximity, also through alliances. This is a way that you can influence other countries. So, for instance, because the United States and Canada are allied, actually maybe because they're also physically close, but the United States and the UK are allied, for instance. We can see that under relations. If you were to have, have a good presence in the UK, that would be a way that you can exert a little bit of influence in the US. So again, if I try to control the US sight unseen, everybody wants to do that. That's why you have these democratic exercises every 4 years. But what you can try and do is you can try and build that support, both among the population inside the target country, but also exerting that influence through sort of other forms of soft power. You can also try it through hard power. So we were playing a game where Ukraine was actually overrun and incorporated into Russia. But in this case here, our goal has been to take Mexico, take Canada, and use that as a base to take the US. And what might wind up happening is I may actually wind up dedicating a lot of resources to taking the US so I can eventually take Canada. But I am going to be putting some effort into Canada to try and crack the protectorate and see if we can maybe take over the Canadian government. So that's like an hour of setup. I apologize for that, but that's kind of the state of the world. I'll maybe just mention a couple of objectives. So we investigated an alien crash. We researched alien signatures. Right now it wants me to build my council, assign a counselor to defend interests, assign a counselor to a coup, and to found a station. And founding a station is something that we need the sort of the aerospace infrastructure for. So that's why we're going to focus a lot on the United States. Although, again, I have alternatives if I were to try and take Kazakhstan and move into Russia, or if I were to try and establish a presence in China, Japan, or India. I would likely be able to sustain. Or, I mean, there's a lot of space in the EU for me to try and go. I mean, Italy and France have sort of fallen. But, I definitely could be a contender in the EU still. But in this case here, I'm going to still focus on my North American strategy because I want to see whether or not I can actually get myself out of this problem. So we are now ready to unpause. I've already committed my actions. And that's going to be, just to reiterate, if it wasn't clear, because that was a lot of stuff that I said as setup. We are going to try and crack and take Canada. We're going to try and take the United States, and all of those are specifically towards the goal of increasing our science, increasing our boost, and increasing our mission control. And that's so that we can industrialize space. If we get an indication that we're not going to be able to achieve that with the United States, then that means that I'm going to have to switch my attention to basically Eurasia. I've noticed one thing that's kind of nice about this game.
The dreamer in me wants to believe it would bring a golden age of advancement and prosperity for all mankind. But I'm a realist. I know better. Any race advanced enough to find us would be advanced enough to end us, likely without even regarding us. Commander Fiona Ayawade, NATO Symposium on First Contact.
All right, so this is the We Are Not Alone objective. The quiet assurance that humans have carried for so long is gone. The knowledge that we share the universe with at least one other sapient species has caused reverberations throughout our entire society. The very fabric of our civilization is being stretched to its breaking point as conflicting voices shout ever louder above one another. It falls to our leaders, current and future, to rally our thrilled and frightened masses. Now more than ever, we must come together as a people and prove to the universe that although we may no longer be its center as we once believed, we are no less important. The following technologies can now be researched: arrival domestic politics, arrival economics, arrival international relations, arrival sociology, terrestrial military science, and the following projects may unlock for us to research in the future: clandestine cells. That's in line with our tutorial goal here. I'm actually going to go take me there. It's helpful to take a look at the tech tree. So what's particularly interesting about that, we talked about this before, so we have arrival domestic politics. Now that can lead, we're not looking for independence movements, but we are looking for unity movements, which should be, let me just make sure that that's a requirement. Requirement for great nations. Oh, sorry, it's arrival international relations. My apologies. So again, this tech can be used for arrival international relations. Arrival international relations can go for unity movements. Keep in mind that that's distinct from independence movements. So if you wanted to create more division among humanity, you would actually want to research arrival domestic politics rather than arrival international relations. Unity movements leads to great nations. And I seem to have messed it up here. Oh, right, it's because I don't have full search. This is a path that I'm particularly interested in based on my North American strategy. Oh, not full search, full tree. I know it takes a while to load the full tree, but it's not that long. This is the whole tech tree. As you can see, it's a complicated game. But if we go back to, okay, We Are Not Alone, international relations. So it should be great. Well, we can try unity movements. I don't recall. Yeah, then it has to be great nations. Great nations can lead us to United North America. So the United States gains claims on Vancouver, Whitehorse, Montreal, Toronto, Calgary, and Nuuk, so essentially Canada. After United North America, we can then get Greater North America, at which point you can incorporate, North America, right? And that's not just Mexico, but as you can see, Havana is there as well. So this would be all the Caribbean islands as well. Looks like a conspiracy board for the entirety of the UK, US politicians all together. Now, the one thing that's also important to remember is that there are competing interests as well here. So like the best example I could give would be the end of America. And in this case, this is this dissolution of the United States, breakup of Brazil, end of China. Another example you could get, though, would be competing. So I think Great Europa and Forward Russia would have competing interests. So France gains a claim on Baku, Moscow, Rostov-on-Don, Kazan, Yekaterinburg, Murmansk, and St. Petersburg, whereas Forward Russia would gain Zagreb, Belgrade, Anchorage, Hamburg, Vienna, Athens, Ulaanbaatar, Stockholm, Oslo, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Rome, Naples, Lyon, Paris, Madrid, Barcelona, and Lisbon. So, in this case, you would see Russia essentially move out to the Atlantic. So, again, this is it's big stuff. It's a grand strategy. So, I know what I want to try and do, and the first step towards my ability to efficiently use my control points will be arrival international relations through to unity movements. But we are going to want to take a look at how the other factions are handling that, because that'll also give us some ideas in terms of who we need to block if we see them moving on. So, for instance, if it looks like Project Exodus is ignoring international affairs, that's not bad. If the servants are breaking up nations, that's the sort of thing I want to stop right away, and that's going to involve investing a bit more in research that these rival factions are pursuing. So, anyways, we'll unpause. What I was going to say before about this. Outpost tabs was what they chose to go for. One thing I do like about this is that generally when I've played grand strategy games, I tend not to go for the faster speeds. I just tend to find that it's this very sort of stop, start. It's kind of like when you're first learning to drive. And I've never really liked that about the way that most grand strategy games set their paces. What I find with Terra Invicta is that I'll sometimes sit at the regular passage of time, and in this case it's quite literally by seconds, so you're not going to see a whole lot happen, but I tend to find 3 or 4 is pretty comfortable for me to have actions happen. So coup in El Salvador. Supporters of the initiative have engineered a coup d'etat in El Salvador, resetting all control points and taking some control there under the regime. Some unrest has abated, and factions that supported the insurgents by contributing to unrest may gain control points under the new regime. So
Our case remains unheard.
So critical failure in Canada. We'll repeat that mission.
They slipped away from us.
Okay, so we weren't successful in neutralizing the Academy. That probably wasn't all that surprising.
Recon complete.
I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crashdown site in Argentina. We'll receive a small bonus to our xenology research going forward. So this was Nancy Ford investigating alien activity in Buenos Aires. And I think that's in our codex. Investigate alien abductions. Reports are continuing to surface of missing animals and people in the regions near the alien crash site. Using the surveil location mission in those regions will help us detect those events. When we confirm such a report, we should investigate it for any signs of alien activity. Conduct surveil location missions in regions near any alien crash sites. If abductions are detected, send a counselor on an investigate alien activity mission to that location. And that's exactly what we're going to do here.
Our people have taken control.
How do you do, Vanguard Master? Good to see you. Purge mission success. We have purged supporters of the initiative and taking the control point for the resistance in Belize. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance. So we'll do the same thing back in El Salvador. It's not really that necessary for us, but we don't have that many control points, so I do want to try and hang on to what I have. Okay, so first things first, let's see if we can surveil the location.
Ready.
If we can't...
Reporting in.
I'm here.
Alright, so that means that I would have to give up... that would mean I have to give up my purges. I think I'm going to do that.
On Overwatch. Your orders?
I want to do that just because I do need to sort of make some progress. Oh, this is interesting. So somebody cracked
Reporting
the...
in.
All right, that's a real shame. Oh, good. Okay. So this one I'm going to spend some influence on. 16. That's kind of expensive, but we will purge.
Moving our enemies.
I'm here.
I'd like to purge in El Salvador as well, but El Salvador is not as important to me as Mexico. Finally, we've got Nancy Ford. Now, Nancy Ford is a little limited in terms of the actions that she can take. I can try and control the United States, but that doesn't do a whole lot for me. So because I do want her to continue, I want her to continue to be useful, I want to still be achieving certain things. We're just going to move her to Costa Rica.
Bringing them
Now,
on
that
board.
doesn't mean that I'm not going to invest a lot to try and make it happen. But it gives me some XP. And in fact, one thing I can maybe start doing is spending some of this XP to make my people better at what they do. The other thing I want to do really quickly is I can also augment my my organization as well as my followers through organizations. But in this case here, we don't quite have what we need. Another thing I want to try here, because I would like to try and make some progress in Canada. So I've already got my public campaign mission, but we can throw a little bit of money at it. Yeah, 20.
Making our case.
20 puts that in 3/4 success. There we go. We are now we are now able to undertake the clandestine cells project. Allows us to recruit an additional counselor. Marginally increases our capacity to manage control points without paying an influence maintenance cost. So that's in line not only with
Initiating
the.
recon.
That's in line not only with our. Not only in line with a tutorial goal, but also in line with our goal to consolidate North America under our umbrella. Xenoforms detected in Buenos Aires region. We have detected what appear to be alien microbes and plants in the Buenos Aires region of Argentina. They are thriving and threaten to displace the native biota, which strangely does not seem to be resisting their advances to the degree we would expect. A direct application of force via either a counselor mission or an army operation should be able to reduce or even eliminate its spread. We will begin preparations for a research project to better understand this phenomenon. Future notifications like this will only appear in the notification queue on the left side of the screen. So let's just take a second to see what that looks like, because that's one that I'm going to want to pay attention to. So we're going to clear out some of these here. This was the coup, I believe. So I'm also interested in a purple tank. The 92nd Armored Duran is now under control of the servants. So this was the alien vessel. We already explored that. This is the Victor 1. Actually, I should check to see whether or not the Victor 1 is still present. Surveil mission complete. I'm searching for our enemies in the Buenos Aires region. So we'll continue there. What I do want to take a look at is just see if there's an alien ship. Yep, this one's still on its way to come after us. We're now able to undertake the Alien Flora project. Obviously, that's going to take a back seat to our
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Nice. It's going to take a backseat to our clandestine cells. Would you like to know more? I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say, kill them all! Public campaign mission success. I've increased popular support for the resistance in Canada. Our public support there has changed by 7%. It now stands at 18. And that was a 73 on 75, so that was money well spent. I can make that a permanent assignment, but I do actually want to throw some money at that. If we make... so daily income of 1.8.
Our
so
associates are now in charge.
Nice. Okay. So essentially, if our daily income is 1.8, then we wind up making 30 a month. So in this case, we could basically spend 50. I think we have 2 missions a month, so we could spend about 15 each time we go to Canada and still break even. We purged Canada, so it was a 99% success chance. Something changed apparently. We got a 29, so in this case they didn't actually need to spend the influence. Now what I might do is lock down Mexico. That fulfills the requirement for... Project Exodus fails a purge mission on Mexico. All right. So yeah, in this case, because there's another faction trying to work on Mexico, maybe we want to...
Our supporters are in place.
Oh, nice. We've gained a control point for the resistance in Costa Rica. We now have 1 of 2 control points there. But yeah, again, there are other entities that are trying to claim Mexico, so it would not be a bad idea to... it would not be a bad idea for me to try and protect that.
I'm here.
So it looks like we only have...
Ready for my mission.
No, we've got more than one option for...
Standing by for orders.
What's the op?
Oh, this is a big shame. So we also don't have an assault alien asset mission, it looks like. Okay.
Where do you need me?
So ideally, I would take someone who is not... So we want to think of the things that we want to accomplish. So I've got a couple purges that I want to do, and then I also want to build a presence in Canada. So first things first, we've got Nancy Ford. And Nancy Ford's going to be helpful for setting national policy and such, but right now she doesn't do a whole lot. So we're going to get her to control a nation again.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
Where to?
Now, we've got people here who can try and do a purge in El Salvador, and I'm particularly interested in people who can purge but don't necessarily defend. Okay, so we've got both of them. It looks like...
I'm here.
Your orders?
Okay, so Hyrong can crack.
Where to?
Ruby can defend but not crack.
Acknowledged.
Alright, I don't think I'm going to be able to do everything that I want this turn.
Standing by.
But let's maybe see who's better at purging. So I've got a 55% with Ruby.
Standing by for orders.
20%. Okay.
Reporting in.
So we're not going to spend any influence to purge. This is opportunistic.
Ready to go.
We will defend interests in Mexico. That costs us 20.
Interests.
We've completed the assign a counselor to defend interest missions objective. Use defend interests to protect your valuable nations against enemy crackdown, purge, and coup missions. Finally, we do want to keep that investment in Canada. I do eventually want to get people talking about what nice people we are in the United States as well, but we are going to want to turn Canadian public opinion to our favor. So another public campaign.
We'll make our appeal.
We confirm the assignments. Now, I was talking about, again, we don't have assault. It seems like we don't have an assault alien. We can't assault the aliens. We can't investigate. There's definitely some gaps in terms of the types of missions we can do. I put the right people. I put the right people in the right places, and our control in Mexico is now protected until the 15th of June, 2023. So that's about half a year. Factions trying to wrest control from us there will suffer significant penalties. So one thing I want to keep in mind, if that costs 20 influence a pop, I want to be thinking a little bit about how I can sort of protect myself in a cost-effective way.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
All right, that was unlucky.
Our associates are now in charge.
We have purged supporters of the initiative and taken a control point for the resistance in El Salvador. So
we were unable to establish control.
All right, and that one I'll probably just repeat because this is a nice to have rather than a must. Okay, so we've protected ourselves in Mexico, and looks like there's new organizations, so let's just see what's available there. Asclepius Brand, so that will help us out with income, and Reticulum Intelligence Corps. Oh, so this will actually give us some abilities. So who's my best investigator? Well, that works out really well because Nancy Ford doesn't have a lot that she can do right now. And so being able to improve her investigation as well as giving her some extra missions is pretty nice. So we'll definitely start by giving her Reticulum. And as far as Asclepius is concerned, we can really give that to anyone. So let's fill out Hyrong-wise abilities. So again, what I'm really looking for here is that, so it's, first of all, it's nice that we get the extra income. Essentially, we're putting money, we're buying something that generates revenue, but in addition, we're getting the bonus to economy when we invest in that. Now, that's not, like, it's not my highest priority in terms of investment. We can actually take a look at my priorities here. Again, we'll take out the spoils and we will invest in knowledge. We can do the same with Costa Rica, and then I think we've got, yeah. But yeah, so this will be good for Nancy. Nancy now has a few more tasks that she can perform. Now I think we're still going to focus on claiming Costa Rica. But if I need, it's nice to be able to have someone to survey. So imagining here, right, if I were to get Nancy to have surveilled the location, that would have freed up Ruby to do some of the dirty tricks. You're going to do alert because you're nodding off trying to draw. Well, Takri, I am in the same boat as you. I'm actually really, really tired. But I'm trying to keep the energy up because I'm really excited this game came out today. So I hope you have a good sleep. I appreciate you lurking. It's never something I want to take for granted, even if I'm not able to thank you individual. I hope you have a good sleep when you get around to it. Okay, so again, just to give you an example here, if we were to try this in the United States, even if we threw 64 influence at it, that's only a 1% chance. And you can see the push and pull factors, right? So here the counselor would add 12.7. This is, I think, entirely due to the influence. Yeah, so that adds another 7 to the point. But because of the size of the national economy, 27.0, that just doesn't work. So persuasion, popular support, and control points and neighbors. These are all the things that I need. My only other control points and neighbors now are Canada, which is one of the reasons we're going to be working to claim that. Don't think we have much hope in terms of convincing the U.S. Through control points in Cuba. But yeah, again, we're mostly going for
We'll be running this place
Costa
in no
Rica
time.
here.
Ready
Because
for
it's available
orders.
to me. Okay, let's go back to... So I can try a crackdown, but then I could also try that with my Mojang.
Ready.
Oh no, sorry, that was the wrong one. Okay, so again, we'll toss
I will try to sway the public.
20 at it.
At your service.
So if I were to go for the crackdown in Canada now, it's a 7% chance. My alternative is to do a public campaign in the United States. So here's the big thing. I wonder if I flipped this around because...
Standing by.
No, I'm comfortable with this. I don't necessarily want to tip my hand
Must persuade the people.
that I'm trying to
Standing
crack
by.
Canada yet. I actually like the idea of building up a certain groundswell of support before doing the overt action. And this is just because it's entirely possible the Protectorate will try to protect Canada. So in this case here, trying to build up my presence so that we can, really let her rip with the influence later, is my preferred path for the moment, at least. I'm also wondering, though, maybe we start investing a little bit in persuasion. 22 XP, wow. So purge is espionage. If we were to increase espionage, $20. Yeah, we're gonna be waiting a bit. And sadly, no orgs for me to pick up. I forgot that we still have a task to set for Ruby. So Ruby can claim a region. So that might be an argument for us to try Kazakhstan. Alternatively, we could try a purge in Canada. Yeah, 5% is not the sort of thing that I want to... We could try coup. So if we just take a look around the world and see potential coup targets. What I'm particularly looking for are coup targets in regions sort of supported by people who are opposed to my interests. So I can do coups in my own countries quite easily. Oh, this is an interesting one. These are also the servants, so...
I will bring down the government.
We've completed the assign a counselor to a coup mission objective. Use increase unrest to weaken the enemy nation's economy, followed by a coup to overthrow the government and reset the nation's control points. Okay. Wasn't necessarily the move I wanted to make. I probably am going to make a move on Kazakhstan, but I'm happy to at least do what the tutorial is trying to get me. So right now we need to build our council, found a station, investigate alien abductions, research alien origin, and salvage alien technology. And as always, I'm interested in how close the Victor 2 is. You can see it move ever so closely.
Sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay. Another good one. That was a 37 out of 75.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
And we're now at 12% in the United States.
Regime is in place.
Nice. Supporters of the resistance have engineered a coup d'etat in Upper Guinea, resetting all control points and taking some control there under the regime. Some unrest has abated, and factions that supported the insurgents by contributing to unrest may gain control points under the new regime. Coup d'etat mission success. My coup attempt in Upper Guinea was a success, and we have rearranged the power structure there. Executive power over this nation now belongs to the resistance. So again, I'm not necessarily expecting miracles. I mean, this is a nice to have, but we've learned the Protectorate failed a purge mission that was targeting Upper Guinea. And we just found a counselor.
We failed to take control.
Okay, we didn't get Costa Rica. I'll repeat the mission, but we may do other things. So we can see if we can assassinate or turn or otherwise. So what exactly is this game about? This is... So Pavona, it is worth mentioning, a lot of people... I think a lot of people like to compare this to XCOM because Pavonis Interactive's previous work were the Long War mods for XCOM. The reason why I'm reluctant to make that comparison is not a dislike of Long War. I actually haven't played it, but I am told it is a spectacular mod. The reason why I'm reluctant to make that comparison is that when you think of XCOM, you very much think of the turn-based tactics. The strategic map is a factor, but it's really not it's not really what's driving the game. And you know, again, there is the tactical element in terms of the ship combat, but as Algrins was pointing out, like at least as far as how I've been playing it, and I think it's true for a lot of people because you know this game just came into early access today, and I mean in the demo there was space combat, but it is something that you need to work towards. I'd say the heart of this game very much is the strategic map, so sort of almost the inverse of XCOM in that sense. And so again, you know, I hesitate on the the comparison just because I'm not entirely sure it's always the most informative way of discussing the game. But the underlying premise of an alien invasion is definitely there. So you can sort of think of this as a game about the certain knowledge of an alien invasion, and the fact that rather than sort of humanity magically resolving all of its issues, it instead fragments along the lines of ideology, not unlike Alpha Centauri, but also not unlike history. And everybody has different ideas about how to respond to it. You can have everything from someone who are kind of, again, the fifth column, who are going to assist the alien invasion, to people who want to resist it, to people who want to exterminate the aliens. And then there are some people who just want to profit from the situation. There's the initiative, which does that. And I mean, again, the thing that interests me the most about this is that this is definitely a game you can sort of think a little bit about how, what this stuff means, right? There's a big concern, and how do you persuade the nations of the world to see your way of doing things? But essentially, because I'm playing the Resistance, and I think this is pretty true for most playthroughs, you are going to want to gain power on Earth. You gain power on Earth so that you can industrialize space, you can militarize space, and you can drive back the alien invasion. Now, terrestrial power is also important because, from what I understand, the aliens are going to be throwing increasingly vicious land forces. So you do also want to make sure that you have tech available to stop the bad guys from demolishing you. But to my understanding, the idea about the alien forces is that they are technologically advanced, but not inconceivably more advanced than us. That essentially, with sufficient reverse engineering, with sufficient attention to the right things, we can hope to compare, or at the very least compete, with the alien forces. And that ultimately the aliens, they're not arriving with a massive armada. I think we'll see this once we get a technology that... So again, I'm kind of betraying the fact that I have played more of the game than is present on this tutorial. But I think once we get certain technology, we're actually going to see that the aliens have an industrial base set up within the solar system, and that we need to build our forces to take the fight to them and to take them out. So yeah, I mean, at the basic level, yes, it's an alien invasion story, not unlike XCOM.
I will tell our story.
But I sort of feel like there's a little bit more to be said.
We must persuade the people.
Ready.
Okay. Well, we got our coup. Well, we could try an assassination attempt. Not much hope. Maybe we can detain, though? No. Security services aren't what they need to be in Upper Guinea. I'm not that interested in sort of holding on to this or otherwise inconvenient. I mean, it is the... Oh, it's the Protectorate. Never mind. So, yeah, the Protectorate's not as bad as the Servants. Servants actually have a pretty good presence in Turkey now as well. But yeah, I think I'm gonna take a flyer on... Maybe we move towards Kazakhstan? So I could go Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. We've already lost, is it Kyrgyzstan? And then Mongolia would be if I wanted to make a play for Russia, but I think that's a little optimistic. Let's go for Turkmenistan. We can always abandon it if we get over our skis. There's actually, I think they're planning a few different scenarios. So I think there's a Cold War scenario, and I think there's also plans for a more future-based one, but I think that's probably been pushed to post-release content. Hurricane. A massive hurricane has struck the Belize City region in Belize. The area damage is potentially horrific, We may mitigate the damage by directing funds and ops to the area. So we can say that's terrible, causes major damage to the economy and population in Belize. All armies in the affected region suffer minor damage. And we can divert some resources to help out. However, that would require 200 in terms of funds and 20 ops. That would effectively clean me out, assuming that I even had those resources to begin with. So even though it would give me the public opinion boost, it's Belize. I'm sorry to say it's not a...
We're winning their hearts and minds.
It was a priority because it was my gateway to Mexico. It wasn't a priority because it's part of my, my grand North American strategy. So further popular support in Canada, we're now at 31%. We will continue to invest.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
And we're also gaining ground in the United States. Not the most popular. The most popular is actually shared with the Academy and the Protectorate. But we're starting to move up. Hey! So we'll repeat the mission in Turkmenistan.
Our presence is growing.
Okay, and we also got Costa Rica. So one thing that keeps you from taking over the world, sight unseen, is you do have a certain number of, it's like an administrative cap. So right now we've got 145. That's going to explode once we take the United States. But there's other things that you can do to sort of increase your ability to manage things. You can also sort of give up certain nations. So we are going to sort of retreat from a few nations if we do wind up sprawling a little too much. That's why I was reluctant to try and take those Eurasian locations. But again, I want to keep my options open at this point. So in any case, we've completed the audience research project. This is a repeatable project. The required research to finish it increases by 100 each time it's repeated. We got another 25 influence for that. And we're going to do clandestine cells. And as much as I like to do alien flora, clandestine cells is going to give me access to another counselor, and that's pretty important for me, given the fact that I am investing so much into trying to sway Canada and the US. So we'll select the project, and it's expecting to be finished on April 11th. Looks like Project Exodus is completely dominating the research agenda. So not bad in terms of being able to build the space infrastructure. However, I do want to keep an eye on. That it's not going so far down their path that they're able to achieve their goals. Okay, more assignments. So we've already got. Wait, was it Ruby Byrne?
Ready for orders.
I feel like we should probably be assigning Nancy Ford at this point. Ah, well, that's why we didn't assign Nancy Ford, because it is not nearly as an impressive... Okay. Well, one thing I could do is start doing some investigation missions on the opposition. I think, though, I'm going to continue my journey through South America. We'll control...
Taking control.
So again, it's worth remembering that there are things that you get for controlling different regions. So in this case here, like I said, I'm investing in knowledge to just sort of improve the overall development of a country. Actually, I should probably do that in... oh yeah, we already did that in Upper Guinea. We do need to do that in Turkmenistan, though. So just to be clear in terms of what these things are, I mean, essentially this is, because you control part of the country, this is your ability to direct the resources of that nation. And I tend to go for the resistance setup, except that I do like shifting spoils, even though that does create some tension inside of the country. So you can mouse over it. Spoils represents the direct extraction of wealth from an economy accomplished by avoiding the true cost of obtaining it. This covers such behaviors as crime and corruption, regulatory capture and tax avoidance, economic rents, unmitigated pollution, and exploitation of labor. Completing the spoils priority grants 60.8% directly to the owner of each control point, except those suffering from a crackdown effect. It increases inequality by 0.0025, decreases democracy by 0.01, and significantly increases global greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. If this priority has a warning symbol, the nation's elites are receiving insufficient spoils to fulfill their desires. Elites in this nation require at least 27% of the investment points directed to them, a value that will decrease with investments in education and democracy, or very high national cohesion. When the elites are dissatisfied, coups d'etats are more likely to occur. So again, this is a very complex simulation. This is one thing I really like, right? You can try and set yourself up in sub-Saharan Africa, but you have a very different set of problems to deal with than if you were to, let's say, establish your base in China. And that's going to be very different if you were to go for the United States or the EU. And I'd argue to a certain extent, it's not even a question of whether or not the... so you don't even necessarily have to say that one path is better than the other. What matters more is, are you able to sort of control and get a handle on the things that you need, in the time that you have available. So in this case here, I'm sort of saying that I don't want the negative effects of spoils, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to invest in knowledge, hoping that the waste in a country is going to go down faster than the enemy is going to be able to coup it. Now, the fact of the matter is that the initiative is really popular here. So it's quite likely I'm going to lose this location. But again, this location exists so that I can move into Uzbekistan and then Kazakhstan. Whether I split from Russia is another question, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'll give you a contrast in terms of... So let's take a look at what the initiative is doing in Laos. Very nice, yes. All right, so we've got Spoils 3 and a little investment in the space program. So 75% of the investment in this country is going towards enriching the initiative. And we can compare that to South Korea. So in this case, they've chosen a different set of priorities here. Actually, they've also got North Korea. So if they want, they can unite. I suspect that you have to actually have a certain event occur, but I think this is I think this would be a difficult one to get. Anyways, they've definitely put investment into the spoils, but as you can see, as a percentage of the economic activity in the country, less of it is going in the pocket of the initiative compared to Laos, where essentially they're just kind of sucking the country dry. I haven't seen the Borat movie either, but I have seen the Ali G show, so I'm at least familiar with the character. If I wanted, I could really inconvenience the servants here. They've got some broken...
Ready to go.
I don't know. I think it's probably better that we focus on our strategy rather than pursuing opportunity elsewhere.
I will tell our story.
Ready for my mission. We'll make our appeal.
Okay. There has got to be a point in which I say, we've built up enough support. We need to make our move, but I don't mind.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Oof. All right.
We've moved the needle.
All right. We're now at 21% in the United States. This one I can put on a repeat mission, I think.
We've gained significant support.
Okay, so we got Panama. That wasn't really that important for me, but because that was a critical success, we also got a public opinion boost.
Our supporters are in place.
And we now have Turkmenistan, so we're going to move on to the next region. We're now able to undertake the Xenology Lab project. It allows the construction of the following hab modules, Xenology Lab. Not a high priority right now, but a nice one for me to keep in mind. Okay, more things to do.
Ready for orders.
So Ruby, I don't think we're at a point where we feel safe. I mean, it's 30%. I'm not gonna turn down. Like, we do have a legitimate chance over a number of trials to gain Kazakhstan, but let's move into Uzbekistan.
We'll bring this nation to our side.
I'm here.
And I didn't do repeat on Weimao just because I do like investing
We'll
in
make our appeal.
in the task. Also, it's nice to just double check that I don't have anything. Yeah, we have the influence for the Air Force Research Laboratory. It says counselor must have these traits. Government faction must have a control point in the United States of America or a counselor from there. Also, it's quite expensive. Like, you can see that there's a big cost in terms of income. But it comes with a big bonus to science, which clearly is going to help us in terms of advancing our goals in the global research. But also improvements towards space flight program, military science, and so on and so forth. Olaf, great to see you. I'm sure you've seen me play this before, haven't you? Also, happy belated birthday. I'm sorry I did not wish it to you on the day, but I did see... They locked down. I waited too long on the crackdown. Well, that's fine. That just means we...
Move the needle.
So we're not going to try and break Canada.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
Okay, we'll make this a permanent assignment now. This just means we need to double down on the United States. We'll build our support in Canada so that...
We've got our people in place.
Okay, we've got Panama now.
Our presence is growing.
No need to forget. No need to get so upset that you forgot his birthday. I'm sure he understands. Yeah. Sorry, I obviously had a slightly different priority at the moment. But no, happy birthday to you. I'm sorry I didn't wish it to you at the time. I hope it was a good one. And certainly, the org marketplace is updated with some potential targets for acquisition. But yeah, it's something. As soon as I saw it, I was like, well, I could send a quick Discord message, but I wanted everyone to know. So happy birthday. Okay, we can't get any of the
Where to?
Can't get any of the organizations. Now I suppose the question is how much of Russia has an open control point with a good boost income. Let's target it to support our space program. Easier said than done, my friend. 1% chance. I wish I had something better for Nancy to do. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to try and go further. Like, this is more or less starting to lock down North America. I can live with that. I mean, maybe Santo Domingo, or well, it's Caribbean states, but yeah, most of this is going to be in Europe or the U.S. So I suppose the big question for me is investigate a counselor might be kind of interesting, but I think probably just taking a flyer on some Caribbean nations.
Establishing control.
That's kind of my best shot, I suppose. We'll get the executive in Uzbekistan, and then...
Reporting in.
I may want to cut back a little bit on the cash that I spend on this because we're going to be working for a while, and we do have a pretty good presence here, right? The question is more about, are we able to get the crackdown? So,
standing by.
Just to give you an example of how difficult it is, if we do a crackdown now, it's 1%, and it's specifically because, so there's defend interests, which gives it a 10. So that's almost equal to the benefit that they get from the size of the national economy. So, I mean, it is kind of nice in the sense that I forced them to use resources to defend Canada, but again, that was part of my strategy in terms of claiming the United States, and now I can't do that. So, as a consequence, I'm going to have to direct my attention to, to directly getting the United States, and that's going to mean spending some influence sooner than later. You keep saying Nancy, and I keep waiting for you to finish with Pelosi to send her to Taiwan. I do believe Nancy is actually an American American scientist. Sorry, not an American politician. From Boston. Incidentally, not controlled yet. I'm also curious about that ship. Yeah, so it's on its way. Nancy Reagan.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Ouch. My public campaign in the United States of America was a disaster. Our public support here has changed by 0. It now stands at 19. Critical failure.
Public opinion remains unmoved.
All right. Maybe I just make that a permanent assignment and go back to making money.
We still lack support.
Okay, we'll repeat that.
We still lack support.
Ouch. I encountered a major setback in my Control Nation mission in the Caribbean states, causing public opinion and the resistance to drop by a small amount. Bad turn for... Oh god, I've been ignoring this log for a while now. I'm just going to clear this all out. What I'm really looking for are incidents of alien flora and fauna. Oh yeah, that's that Gary Oldman movie, right? With the fictional band?
Ready for orders.
I'm going to spend 10 for 67. Yeah, you know what? Oh, he's got the billionaire trait. So if we... So what if we sent him to the States?
I will try to sway the public.
At your service.
And we sent Hyrong to Canada.
Making our case.
Honestly, I don't know how I feel about that, but here's what we're going to do. For control missions, we are going to work towards Kazakhstan. But the next thing I'm going to do, once that's done, we're going to start our campaign to try and claim the United States for our side. Because again, part of what makes this work is just lots of kind of kicks at the can rather than hitting it with a real haymaker. Oh wow, the initiative's got a pretty good grip on the UK. This explains why the tax rate went down so low. Although it's kind of funny to see, there's not as big of a difference. So they're underinvesting in knowledge in the economy. It's interesting that they didn't put the spoils quite where I would have thought.
We hold no sway in their minds.
Man. So I'll say that's a permanent assignment for now.
The people will come to our side.
Okay, we're at 26% in the United States. Again, we'll do a permanent assignment there for now.
We've gained significant support.
And we have the control point in Uzbekistan. That was a critical success, so opinions also shifted in our favor. So the reason why I keep zooming out is we got the Victor 2.
We failed to take control.
So my oh, that was a really close one. That was only 5% off. Yeah, Carlo. I'm being an ass. I have not really listened to the Sex Pistols, but I do know that it's a biopic. It's not an invented band. But yeah, no, I was definitely referring to Sid and Nancy there. I know of the reference, but it would also be fair to say I do not know the reference. And you're thinking if this is Spinal Tap? No, that's definitely because Gary Oldman wasn't in Spinal Tap, or did I just think Gary Oldman? Not. You know what? Sorry, I'm like I said, 3 hours sleep tonight or last night. So, we will go to repeat mission until something else happens. And my prediction is that once the Victor 2 gets in range, Oh, okay, this is a big moment for us. The initial global upheaval in response to the alien arrival has calmed somewhat. Unrest is high in Honduras. We might want to consider a stabilize mission there. We don't have stabilize. The initial global upheaval in response to the alien arrival has calmed somewhat, with various political and economic interests recognizing that whatever the aliens are doing, the end of the world is not immediately upon us. With the sense of emergency fading, entrenched power structures are reasserting their authority, and humans are spending more time worrying about each other than about the aliens. In short, our moment to strike quickly is passing. Our counselors report that their missions are taking longer to plan and conduct as they must navigate the old protocols for travel, security, and international contacts. We can still move forward, and some of our missions will have a greater impact as we spend more time on them, but everything will take longer to accomplish now. The mission assignments phase will occur twice a month going forward. So, in this case here, this is something that we know is going to happen in the game.
At your service.
I'm not quite at the point. I mean, I have a few things that I would sort of like to be able to do for moving fast.
Establishing control.
But beyond the fact that we're lagging on our control of North America, this isn't a terrible place to be. And again, I just want an eye on... So my prediction here is that the arrival of the Victor 2 is going to produce a crash that we can investigate. Alien Fleet Victor 2 completes transfer. It has arrived in low Earth orbit 1. Looks like it's just hanging out for now. Victor 3 is apparently a more powerful ship. Nuke them in orbit. It's the only way to be sure. We don't have IC. Well, I don't have the ability to. Oh, rapid landing in Lyon. So I was just a little late on the prediction. Not necessarily wrong. I was kind of waiting for a moment like this to happen because I'd like to see, I kind of like to see the impact, or at least see how the camera sort of handles it. Kerbal Invicta program. I will confess, I'm a little curious. This is a game made in Unity, as is Kerbal Space Program, and I know, they're talking about optimizations, particularly just because, again, the AI is going to have so much to do. So I'm fortunate enough. I just need to worry about the nations that I control. the computer needs to manage the nations of all the other factions, plus the aliens, and of course the movement of all the physical objects in that. I know Unity's usual answer to these kinds of problems now is DOTS, data-oriented tech stack. That's a combination. I think the Burst compiler was part of it. There's a few different techs that are part of it, but they're also like slow in rolling it out. I know that project is behind schedule. And I'm not going to say who. I figure they can speak for themselves on it, but I do know someone who's using DOTS in not just in a game, but probably a game you've heard of. And they're not necessarily a fan, which is a shame, because I actually think like the idea behind it is very good. But obviously, if you want to make a game, presumably, I mean, Vanguard Master can speak more to this than I can. Presumably you want the tech to be helping you accomplish your goal, not make it the sort of thing that you're fighting with. So I don't know if they're using DOTS behind it, or if that would even necessarily help the problems that they're running into. Because like the problems they're running into are the same things that Paradox does. Like this is true of Crusader Kings 2. One of the big optimizations for the game was, when there's a sufficiently large Byzantine Empire, they got rid of like the constant check to see if you could castrate everyone. So like the bigger the Byzantine Empire got, the more nobles there are, and so there's just more opportunities for castration. And so once they identified that, and maybe came up with a slightly more efficient way of working with that, that actually resulted in a fairly meaningful performance improvement. But there's a bigger story to take from that, and that is that Paradox, first of all, is not a small company. They're like, by publishers, they're not huge, but they're not a small company. They control their tech, right? They're the ones who developed the Clausewitz engine, which is running that, and it's something that they have been developing and improving on for multiple games. So it's not even that they're unfamiliar with doing increasingly large and complicated games with it. And so if someone who quite literally controls everything in their, in the game and how it's managing things, it is actually, to me, very impressive that, as much as I want to see the landing, I don't know if I want to put that much effort into. Maybe it's because I'm following it. It's all the more impressive that Pavonis has been able to build a game like this in Unity, which is not exactly designed for it's not this is like, this is not a knock against Unity, but like Unity does not go out of its way to support strategy. In fact, I think there was a survey that they did, and one of the reasons why turn-based strategy is not supported as well in Unity is because there just wasn't that kind of commitment to it in their surveys. PS are not that big. PI have like 10 times as many employees as the actual dev studio. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, but like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that, and I mean, I kind of feel like I covered this, but because I clearly didn't come across properly. If you are developing your own tech, and particularly across multiple titles, right? Because that's running everything from Europa Universalis 4, which I believe is the oldest of the current gen games, to eventually Victoria 3, but right now Crusader Kings 3 would be the most recent one. Like compared to Pavonis, I'd say even the development studio is larger. But again, size is not the only factor behind it. Like the really important thrust of what I was trying to say was that even with someone having complete control, kind of these bespoke tools for a very specific kind of grand strategy game, if they are still struggling to optimize their titles, the fact that this team, which has its background in modding and modding Unreal Engine games, the fact that they're able to do a comparable experience, arguably an even more complex experience, because you have all of these different these other simulations running, which aren't necessarily going on in the comparable grand strategy games. I'm really trying to comment more on how impressive it is that they've been able to do what they've done, while simultaneously, of course, they are talking about doing further optimizations to the game. Anyways, an alien vessel has crashed down in the Lyon region in France. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, we suspect an alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. So this is definitely something that we want to follow up on. Also, more importantly, I can stop delaying. So this is not exactly the friendliest territory for us. Presumably the Academy is going to snap that up and take advantage of it.
With each passing day, humanity shatters the boundaries of the possible. It is our certain destiny to move mountains at the touch of a button. We need only the will to do so. And your generous investment, of course. Chairman Soren van Dijk, opening remarks during Western Armory's annual earnings call.
One thing that's really interesting here is you take a look at what the Academy has done to France, and no investment in the economy, no investment in welfare, purely into knowledge military, definitely extracting a lot. And this is the leader of the EU, right? So this is definitely not well, actually, I guess the one thing that's nice is the extra investment in boost and mission control. But again, that's all that science and capacity going to arrival. To meet the alien arrival in kind, the best way forwards is via magnetics on a hitherto unprecedented scale. Their tests have successfully demonstrated that precise sequential firing of a row of powerful electromagnets can grant incredible acceleration to a moving object. In time, they believe we will be able to apply this to a handheld weapons projectile to rapidly catapult resources from deep space to our facilities, or to build spacecraft capable of boosting their propulsion to reach once impossible speeds and destinations. Furthermore, they theorize that powerful magnetic fields may be used to contain new and unstable forms of energy. The latest advancements are but a gateway to a brighter future. We cannot yet wholly dispense with the old ways of propulsion, transport, and containment, but certainly a reality where we can dramatically augment them with magnetic force is within reach. The doorway to tomorrow yawns open before us. The following technologies may now be researched: advanced superconductors, magnetic force manipulation, mass drivers, vacuum electrostatic principles. Now you may notice that when I go to the tech tree, I'm not necessarily spending a lot of time looking at the different... I'm not necessarily spending a lot of time taking a look at the different, I guess it was advanced electromagnetism. So there's other things that go down this path too, right? So we've got superconductors, force manipulation, mass drivers. There's lots of different things that this has enabled. I did go down the path because I wanted to see what it would take to unite North America. But one thing I am going to have to do, and I might just do this on my own time, is to review the tech that's already been researched and to see how we can spin that to our advantage. So a lot of this stuff is going to be related to, again, industrializing space and building things that will advance our cause. Again, the industrialization and militarization. But right now, I really can't take advantage of any of it, and more importantly, I'm not generating enough research to be able to move the needle. And so that's one of the reasons why I haven't been putting too much effort into that. I don't believe so I noticed that the path was nowhere near Lyon, but they do have an effect when the ship crashes down. You didn't get to, I did have it on the screen, but if you didn't know where to look, you may not have seen it, but you do see the thing kind of crash down on the planet, but I don't believe they actually model the re-entry, at least based on where I saw it before. Okay, let's speed things up a little bit, because again, the cadence of the turns
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Okay, that's it.
Of course there was an accident. Frankly, I'm surprised it took this long. Just get the recovery crew in there to salvage the gear ASAP. Worry
Prepping
about
for
the
next
bodies
mission.
later. The delays are costing us. Chairman Soren van Beek, Internal Memo.
Leaving Earth is one thing, colonizing nearby worlds is another. Reliably and rapidly traversing the infinite expanse of space is yet another, and perhaps the toughest of these nuts to crack. Our current spacecraft and engines are capable of no such thing, at least not for any useful length of time. The major stumbling block is fuel, with our current resources constrained both by storage and propulsion limitations. It is a problem the world's finest engineers and physicists have long labored to solve, and they now believe that a pathway to a next-generation propulsion system is upon us. Efficiency is the foremost avenue of their exploration, increasing the speed and longevity of propellant while reducing wear and damage to our ship's drives and nozzles. Now that the essential concepts are established, our researchers believe that there are 3 possible paths to tread: electromagnetic, electrostatic, or electrothermal propulsion. Each has its own advantage and will depend upon prior discoveries in other fields. So again, I need to pick what I need to kind of pick what the what path I would go down once I start focusing a little bit on space. But we have kind of the same problem as before. We just don't have we don't have what it takes to sort of compete.
Move the needle. Cleaning things up.
That's interesting. It doesn't.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
It'd be sort of nice to know exactly how much it moved by, but I'm glad that both of those turned out.
We've got our people in place.
Okay, so we've got control point in Kazakhstan, and I believe the next one is executive, so we own it. Yeah, so in this case, they'll have to dislodge us.
We were unable to establish control.
Okay, we're not going to repeat that because I can send Nancy Ford out to investigate the. Man, that's a lot. I can send Nancy Ford to investigate the crash.
At your service.
Slightly better use of her time.
Investigating alien site.
What's the op?
Now again, it's always helpful to just take a look and see, what our opportunities are. So it's still 1% in the United States. But keep in mind, this is not my star player as far as gaining control points are concerned. But what I am going to do here is I will try to gain control of the executive. It's also kind of fun to take a look and see how things are going in Russia. 6% is not that bad given the fact that, we're... like, really this is purely just because we own some neighbors and people inside. So I mean, I could try and declare independence and keep the boost for myself, but nobody seems to have worked on Russia yet. So I do have this alternative of maybe putting my focus in here. I'm also fascinated at the amount of disruption there is in Europe. This is great that they're all sort of fighting each other. I am going to do one really quick thing. So
Ready
I think
to go.
Hairong Y is my superstar. So they've got a 5% chance. We can bump that up to 25 if we spend 32 influence, which is tempting, by the way. Like, as soon as we get, in particular, if we were to get the media, which is control point 3. I don't know if we can specifically target control point 3, but if we can get the media, then that makes our public, our public campaigns considerably more effective. But again, I've got things to do in between. So the longer I wait, the longer I build up here. There is, of course, the danger that they keep reinvesting in the defense. But I am at a point where I can say, okay, there's other things that I can do with my units, and I can put myself in a stronger position for when I'm ready to crack the Protectorate. Because again, hopefully the Protectorate's wasting all of its time in Europe trying to protect its holdings there.
The people will come to our side.
Okay, 49% in Canada. We'll still make this a permanent assignment.
Our cause is unjustified to them.
Okay, no luck in the States, unfortunately. And
There are two types of people in this world. Those who think only of home, and those who think only of leaving home.
So,
Director Khalid Al-Ashgar, archival online dating profile.
Project Exodus is in Buenos Aires. Alright, this was Outpost Habs. While we have long been able to provide a few months of off-world comfort to a small handful of highly trained astronauts, the time has come to strive for something longer term and even indefinite. Our newly developed first-generation outpost habitats are a product of engineering built on decades of experience in the most hostile corners of Earth. A far cry from our earliest ventures, which were exclusively designed for scientific research, this new breed of space station is built for versatility to provide off-world homes for dozens of souls and for more walks of life than astronaut or engineer. Aside from essential life support and power functionality, the outposts are designed with a space future in mind. Each outpost, already a marvel in its own right, is capable of being further customized depending on each one's specific mission requirement. So following technologies can now be researched: mission to Mars, mission to the Moon, and we can get the outpost core if we so choose. So they are pursuing mission to Mars. I think Deep System Skywatch might be the one that lets us, allows us to track alien vessels and structures anywhere in the solar system and immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. So this will be a good one for us. It'll let us know how close the aliens are.
Here's what we found.
I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crashdown site in France. We will receive a small bonus to our xenology research going forward.
Wrapping up here.
So we can probably investigate or surveil this area as well. Not a lot we can do about it if we find something, but...
We failed to take control.
Alright, we didn't get the executive in Kazakhstan, but I'll repeat the mission. That was a less than 50% chance, so I'm not too torn up about it. We have resources to acquire the International Monetary Fund. Cool. So let's start by surveilling.
Setting a watch.
Okay, so we get to advise, we get influence, and we get administration. I can't remember... So it increases the money income, so that's probably a good one to attach to my billionaire, actually. It's a big influence expense, but honestly, to be able to boost the monthly income by 3 is a good long-term investment. So Ruby Byrne is a slightly better administrator. Money of 6.3. But yeah, like this is going to be pretty spectacular. Yeah, I think we're going to go for it. So it sucks because, you know, we just dumped our entire influence budget in it on the verge of trying to claim the states of all times. But you know, I don't get to pick the fight, right? Like we have the opportunity to get the IMF, so we should probably take it. So yeah, we'll lock it in. Hopefully Ruby takes Kazakhstan, and then we can choose what our next task is. But yeah, in terms of Canada, 49%. The US, we are 33, so we're the biggest. But we still have a lot of work ahead of us. The nice thing is once we get a toehold in the United States, we are
initiating recon.
Considerably easier to to manage. It's that initial effort. Non-sapient alien life forms have been detected in the Lyon region of France. Okay. That's not a permanent assignment, but it's good to know that that's there. So it looks like they just kind of stick around until I send someone to blow them up. I don't know if it says specifically what the effect of it is, though. We're now able to undertake the social science lab project, so we're not quite ready for that. We still want to research clandestine cells. We've been slowly building our science research, probably more so just through the acquisition of countries.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
That was the... Nope.
Our case remains unheard.
Ugh. Not getting too much luck in the States, which is a shame, because obviously the States is where I'm going to move first, but... we are now able to undertake the Outpost Core project. Fulfills the objective, research the Outpost Core project, allows the faction to build outposts. So again, these are the objectives. Although I think in this case it hasn't actually specifically told me to build the outpost control. The nice thing though is we are starting to acquire the materials that we need. So we're getting a little bit of boost from Kazakhstan. Okay, so Commander, we have some new orgs that have become available in the marketplace. Unless they don't cost influence, I'm pretty sure I can't do anything about it. Again, I don't regret the choice to get the IMF though, because we have a lot of money now. So if we do, actually this is worth considering. So if we generate, so our monthly income is 77.7, so we could actually afford to chuck 20k in one of those persuasion missions. This might actually be worth trying. So I figure 84% is kind of nice. If I still try the crackdown, that's not going to help.
Ready for my mission.
Gulf states, huh? I don't know why I thought to go to Armenia. Actually, the other... so Israel's pretty appealing because of the boost, high military tech, and the military asset, but it actually looks like Project Exodus got there before us, so my bad. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, the Protectorate again. So, I'm gonna shuffle things around again.
Ready.
So, who's my better investigator?
Acknowledged.
Ugh, they're both
ready for orders.
Dreadful. But what I am going to do is I'm going to move him to persuade in the States.
We'll make our appeal.
Ready.
Where to?
So if I do two of these things a month.
Making our case.
Where
I
do
think
you
I can
need me?
slightly boost the chances in both nations.
Acknowledged.
Okay, so Ruby got us Kazakhstan. So I guess the question is, do we want to roll the dice on Russia? I mean, the alternative is to go for the 1% in the USA. I do kind of need to build up my influence, monthly income 66. So I could do like, I'd actually technically be ahead if I did 32 each time, but like again, that's too much. I'm gonna go sight unseen 2 influence isn't going to break the bank. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go 16 on this.
Bringing them to our side. Ready for my mission?
Yeah, so no chance. Trying to look for low-hanging fruit that still sort of makes sense in... I think we'll just throw her back in the Caribbean states.
Establishing our presence.
They are here to cleanse our sick world. The aliens are our saviors, and all who oppose them are enemies of the future.
This group has determined that the aliens are of divine origin and has declared itself their heralds and their defenders. So this is the last one that we were looking for. Judith Howell, Mother Superior from Mississippi. She is an evangelist. Agenda: support the aliens by any means necessary. Okay. This is maybe not the smartest move because it is possible that I will lose status, but... Talks about castration and then brings up low-hanging fruit. Not quite where I was intending to go with it, but you do you. Alright, so we've completed clandestine cells. This is good for us because it means that we're able to bring in another counselor. However, I do actually have a bit of thinking to do on this. So let me just take a second. I don't have my tablet, but I am going to get a pen out, and we're going to play around a little bit with our options. Now, again, the drawback here is that I'm really tapped out on influence. I may actually need to hold back on some of my efforts to gain control points so I can get this recruitment done. So we've completed the Clandestine Cells project. Allows us to recruit an additional counselor, marginally increases our capacity to manage control points without paying an influence maintenance cost. How you doing, a real gamer? Take me there. So I guess the first question is, which of these techs do I want to research? Management research is kind of tempting because of a small bonus for our capacity, but at 8.1, investing 1,000 in that's no good. So Outpost Core, I think, seems like a reasonable choice. That's in line with founding a station. So space stations are platforms are humanity's foothold in outer space and critical to industrializing space and building a war fleet. Stations are composed of modules that grant bonuses to research and other resources and allow construction of ships and additional modules. We should start stockpiling boost and a couple points of mission control in preparation for founding a station. Save sufficient money, boost, and mission control to afford to launch a platform core module, then zoom out on Earth to a distance that the nation boundaries are no longer visible, and click the planet. From the icons at the bottom of the screen, select the Found Platform icon, select an orbit around Earth in which the station will reside, and confirm by clicking the Found Platform button. So maybe we don't need the tech for that. Either way, I think that's still the most sensible project for me to pick. Alien Flora is also kind of tempting, actually, but I feel like... Oh, sorry, it's a planetary base, which is actually still something I want. So... And Alien Flora, what does that get me? Tempting, but yeah, for 300 I think we will go for Outpost Core. You're picking all the places where people are entrenched. Okay, so I think I had... Oh yeah, I did have a list of all the missions I could go on, but it's buried in a bunch of other notes. So I'm actually just going to flip the page. So... Control Nation. I'm actually going to write down the primary stats related to it as well. So 1, set policy, advise, surveil, investigate. Actually, she's shockingly good at it. Well, I mean, relatively speaking. Detain. Sabotage. Skill 0, though. I think all of these are already options. Okay, next up. So we've got a 9 for Control Nation. We have also got enough XP now that we can start boosting some people. So Crackdown is going to become increasingly important. That's an investigation 4 right now. Purge is espionage. Coup d'etat. Command. Campaign. So that's also persuasion. All right. Ruby. Okay, another control 5. Purge. They're my better espionage. Well, I mean, espionage is not great on that one, but 6. Coup is commands. That's 4. Another defend interests. Another set policy. So pretty much everybody can set policy, which is pretty good. Increase unrest. Actually, one thing I might do is just show you what the wiki looks like on this, because they actually have some opinions on where a good place to start is. It may have been updated as well, but I want to work out my my stats here. Okay, another sabotage. So at least this one I've got 6. Another surveil. Detain. Forgot I had that. That's investigation. Oh, sorry. No, I already have that. Oddly enough, Ruby Byrne, the Kingpin, is actually not as good at detaining as my wimpy scientist. How you doing, Index Gnome? Georgia is currently under well, I don't know if it's crackdown or if they just abandoned it, but yeah, Georgia is, let's say, in play. Okay, assassinate. By the way, I am sorry to spend the time on this, but this will pay off when I sort of show you. This is going to be comparable to some decisions that you make earlier on in the game. I keep forgetting we have hostile takeover. That would actually. There's a very good argument for sticking the IMF on Ruby Byrne. Now, that's going to cost an arm and a leg as far as influence is concerned. Been thinking you will pick up this game in the future? Be sure to let them know that I sent you. No. Hooded Horse was very kind in sending along not just a key. I was a Kickstarter backer, so I knew I was going to get a key anyway. They actually gave me some early access to the game, which I'm very, very grateful for. I know I didn't make the most of it because I had to stream something else on Friday, and then I was utterly exhausted on Sunday. But I like it. I do know that they've been pretty clear in terms of saying if you want a polished game, wait for the full release. And I was a little disappointed to see that the current Steam rating for it is mixed. Now, I'm hoping that that's just early adopters not realizing that this is an early access game as opposed to like 1.0. And this kind of happened with like Lucifer Within Us, which I enjoyed, but it was a very short game. And what you notice is that past that initial shock of like maybe the misalignment with expectations to reality, that game is now actually sort of hit its equilibrium of probably appropriately being, you know, positive or mostly positive. And yeah, so I will maybe just give you the caveat. I don't necessarily like saying what other people are going to be interested in, but I was a little disappointed to see the popular rating for this. But it does also, because I, you know, in the spirit of making the recommendation, I do actually think the developers first out of everyone were the first ones to say, like, keep in mind that this is a work in progress. But I'm having a good time with it so far. Use code Chalk It Up for 0% off your purchase. Yeah, no. I'm very... this was my gateway drug for Hooded Horse. I actually hadn't heard of them until I heard that they were going to be publishing this. So Administration 5. Steel Project is espionage. I think we already have that, though. Yeah. Ruby's considerably better than my scientist at stealing things. Oh man, I didn't know we could assault a space asset. But yeah, no, so Terra Invicta was the gateway drug. And then, of course, they've just kept attaching themselves to so many other interesting projects, like Espiocracy is one I'm looking forward to. Obviously, I loved Old World. I feel a little bad that I'm playing this instead of Old World tonight. But, you know, there's only so much... You only have so many days to play games. But yeah, no, I'm, you know, as a backer as well as somebody who's been looking, you know, looking for good strategy games to play, I'm delighted by this. Okay, so everybody I have so far can control nations, so it seems to me like I probably want to put some more efforts in crackdowns and purges. Okay, another public campaign. Again, I apologize for looking at... I know I've had another public campaign. Oh, there we go. I put campaign instead of public. Also, a lot of people who can set policy. I've got another advise because of the IMF. Ooh, turn counselor. That's a good one. I need to find out whether or not they're loyal, so that doesn't really take into... Doesn't really take any effect until I can get... Well, actually, I might have one person. Okay, was that everyone? Yeah, because Nancy Ford was the beginning of the list. So, we need to stay alive for a long time. Yeah, actually, so I sat down and, like, did a big... Sorry, I just got some good news from someone. I'm just trying to bring up the wiki. But yeah, so I sat down and like worked out a big, like just a big plan of how I'm particularly going to be spending my, how I'm going to be spending like my time off, for lack of a better term. I wonder if I have enough history. Ah, nice. Sorry, the stream's gonna get hit with like a million Firefox windows for a second, but once we're on the other side... The thing is, if I'm going to make slow progress, I mean, hopefully at least some of the game is coming across in terms of how I'm describing my thought process. But if I'm going to make slow progress, it would be nice to at least sort of use it as another way that we can explore the game. So what I'm going to do here is show you the wiki. Although unfortunately, I think it's the default setting for Unity that if you click off the screen, the music goes away. So I apologize. Also, for those of you who don't like bright lights, I do not have a dark theme for this. So bright light coming in 3, 2, 1. Ah. So this is hoodedhorse.com/wiki/Terra_Invicta/main page. It's actually also worth mentioning that the developers have highlighted the work of, is it Perrin AU? Yeah, Perrin AU, who I think is responsible for popularizing the Europe blob. And yeah, sorry, Index Gnome, I totally missed the thing. But yeah, so I actually worked out like all of the different projects that I want to do. And the first thing I noticed was once I finally got all the projects like put into the list, there was literally no time for gaming other than streaming. But the good news is that I think I put like 6 hours for offline, like for recording YouTube videos, and then like the 9 for streaming. So within the week, that's still like 15 hours of gaming. But you know, it's gaming and talking, which is a different activity. So anyways, this is the official community wiki. I suspect there's a bunch of changes that have happened here. But we'll go to the beginner's guide. So it's got a bunch of stuff in terms of starting a new game and all of that. But what I'm particularly interested in here are the counselors. And looks like... Yeah, so it talks a little bit about... Now, this is all stuff that we talked about on the weekend, right? And we also talked about in the demo. I'll show you another way that you can access this information. But these are things that we sort of established and things that we already know. So we've gone for a lot of Control Nation, a lot of Persuasion people because they're in line with public campaigns and taking control points. I have actually underinvested in terms of Purge and Espionage. Ruby was really my hire for that, but you know, in the end, there are other factors at play. Like you can see the composition of missions that we can do is a bit lopsided. As it says here, control points can be made more vulnerable by purges and crackdowns. So that means that especially when you move past that sort of claiming all of the empty tiles place, you do actually have more investment in terms of investigation and espionage to be able to sort of break the hold that people have on regions. Although you still need persuasion to be able to build your support. Like it says here, recruiting counselors. Once you have done that, return to the council panel. Let's take a look at hiring a third counselor by hitting the recruit on either of the empty slots or at the bottom of the council panel. This will open a page with a list of candidates on the left side. Clicking them will provide information similar to what you were provided on your own counselors. New counselors cost either 30 or 60 influence to recruit. At the start, as we only start with 50, we will only be able to fill one of these 2 free slots. Bearing what we described above in mind, and depending on your initial counselors, you will want to pick someone out to round out your roster. If you already have 2 counselors capable of a Control Nation mission, then hiring one capable of the Purge and Crackdown missions might be a good move. If you only have 1 counselor capable of the Control Nation mission, I would hire a second counselor with that mission available. In both cases, it is also worth it to also pay attention to their attributes for those most relevant missions, as well as their traits and income. When you've hired a third counselor, close the council panel and let's proceed to assigning the missions. So, you know, this isn't, like, again, I want to highlight, this is stuff that we've been over before, and it's kind of nice to just have, it's always nice to get some external validation for some things that you've been trying. I am going to take a quick second here. Hopefully after the first month or two, you will have control over at least a nation or 2. At this point, with some initial footholds gained, it's worth it to take a step back and consider what you need as part of a longer-term plan to fight back against the aliens. The first thing we need to consider is resources. In the longer term, this will mean space resources, as shown on the right-hand side of the resource panel, but in the short term, it also means money, influence, ops, and boost. The second thing that we require is suitable technology, which will enable us to expand our council, progress the story missions, and put the resources above to better use. In the longer term, technology will provide us with the tools to expand into the solar system, design and build spaceships, and fight the aliens on a more even footing. So yeah, it does talk about developing counselors. So we know about Augment already. And orgs. Yeah, so I don't think there's anything too new that we haven't talked about. But, if video isn't quite your way about learning, there is the wiki now, and I suspect that that's going to be filled in with contributions from the community. And on top of that, there is also the codex. So I'm going to close out my counselor screen for just a minute. So where I originally learned about the missions was to go on the mission list. This is a list of, you can see here, there's a lot in this game. So some examples of missions that I don't have. Assault Alien Asset, that's one that I've definitely been in want of. I think I do have Investigate now, but it would be nice. I also don't think I have Stabilize Nation. I think I have Increase Unrest. So if I'm looking to sort of fill things out, Stabilize Nation, Investigate Counselor, are probably, I guess, Steel Project too. No, I think we already have Steel Project, and Assault Alien Asset. But on the other hand, it is also fair to say that I really need some elite crackers, right? I really do need better Crackdown and Purge, and it just so happens that Crackdown uses Investigate. And as you can see, right, there's the attacking and defending modifier. So if I want to Crackdown, Investigation, Popular Support, Influence Spent, Security Apparatus, Control Point, Target over the Control Point cap, and then defending modifiers, Council Administration, Size of the National Economy, Popular Support, and Defend Interests. Trying to decide if you want to give this game a try yourself or just watch others play it. I don't know if the demo's still available, Vanguard Master. I suspect probably it's a buy it if you want to play option now, but I'm interested in it. I also really need to check on this guy's loyalty. Okay, anyway, so the reason why we spent all that time talking about counselors is that I am in a position to consider a new counselor. It is worth remembering, though, that some of them cost 60, and so we may want to save up my my influence. So, again, one of the things that I'm most interested in are high investigation, high espionage characters. And to be honest, there's not a whole lot in terms of investigation and espionage. Rudra Ganguly is actually the best option here. So they can purge, which is good. They can't crack, which is what I would need for... that would be the ideal. So somewhat tempting, but doesn't quite fit all the traits that I need. Irina Borisova can do a crackdown and a purge. Doesn't have the best stats. Also can assault an alien asset. Now that's a command. So I mean, definitely middling scores, but not not disqualifyingly bad, and actually has this nice combination of abilities that we are in need of. Ara Hamadi, again, kind of middling investigation. Oh yeah, and no abilities that I need at all. Nedmi Afumani. Nice to have an assault alien assets, but I don't really feel like that's enough. So I feel a little squeamish about this because this is not the best character I could have, but it does actually tick all of my mission boxes. Yeah, I actually quite like the codex, and there's a lot of complexity in this game, and I actually think compared to some others, they've done a good job of conveying the information that I need. But even with that in mind, there's a lot going on, and I do spend a lot of time sometimes searching you know, searching for the information I need. Actually, sorry, there is. Oh no, they also have Investigate Council. Yeah. So I mean, again, I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that they're kind of they're like a multi-tool. They're okay. Like, actually, I have my Leatherman in front of me, but you know, like it doesn't always necessarily, like if I need a proper like pair of pliers, this Leatherman's not gonna cut it. Although if I need to cut it, I've got a spectacularly dull knife on it too. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it is giving me some of the things that I need. So we will recruit Irina Borisova, and then that also helps free up my my influence as we're moving on. Hey, how you doing, Valiant Cheese? For those of you who do not know Cheese, he is actually the other person that we who had a game that we were sharing on the weekend, and he is just coming off, along with, actually I think Olaf and Bat Egg might actually share a birthday now that I think of it. But Valiant Cheese has just updated his free game Bat Egg, and we played the story to completion. I really did not have a lot of hatchlings that I saved, but yeah, no, Valiant Cheese made a wonderful free game which we shared on stream over the weekend. A real gamer, again, you've chosen a nation that is actually controlled by the AI. All right, we've completed the Build Your Council objective. Make sure you recruit several counselors with the ability to gain control points in nations. Counselors whose professions have an affinity for your faction's goals will cost less influence as a result. So I'm actually going to pause for a second here, just to show the academy is more or less locked down Brazil. Hello, Commander. I'm ready to get started. All right.
We hold no sway in their minds.
All right, bad luck there. We can make this a permanent assignment, I think. Although I don't know if they're going to keep siphoning the money then.
Our case remains unheard.
We've encountered the servants. We already knew that. But yeah, so I'm going to assault a few assets with Irina. And then we can maybe see if we can crack a few sites. One thing that's worth keeping in mind is that my position in Mexico is going to be is going to drop its protection before the protection in Canada. And I might want to prepare for that. Wow, we already got Russia. That's going to play havoc with my control, but that's a big win for us.
We failed to take control.
I'm going to hit continue because I may want to change things up based on what happened in Russia. Commander, it appears we have some supporters in Canada, making it a good target for us to control. I agree, Irina, but would you like to be the one to try the crack? What I am going to do, though, is I'm going to try assault alien assets. So 45% chance of success, 49 here. We do have some ops that we can spend, so we can try and, yeah, 8 for a closer success. I think I'm willing to spend that.
We're going in.
Ready to go.
Although, looks like she wound up in Argentina rather than in Leon. Well, that's fine.
Ready to go.
Okay, so Ruby, 8% chance. All right, what's it cost in the States now? Yeah. God, 16 on a flyer. I gotta double down on it though, right? Like the fact that I've got the toehold in Russia already. I sort of feel like I need to. I sort of feel like I need to go for it. I could also investigate the loyalty of my counselors. So 3% chance in Russia. Probably don't want to try that. I think I'm gonna keep going.
Bringing them to our side.
Caribbean states. All right. I think I'm actually just setting myself up for a world of pain. Are there alien troops? Mostly just... There will be alien troops. Right now, it's just alien plants. So the servants are gonna try and put Miracle Grow on it, and we're gonna try a few pesticides. The megafauna I am not in any rush to encounter, so.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Interesting. The resistance is losing. We're the largest now, but we're losing.
Their defense
position.
was too strong.
Unbelievable! Wow. Okay. We were repelled by the target's defenses and failed to do any damage. As a 92 on an 80. What interests me is that the it goes away. So I'm not sure what happens with the failure.
Unable to establish control.
Whew, 99, causing public opinion to drop. I'm gonna make that. I'll hit continue actually, because we may want to spend points. I'm gonna try and take out the.
We still lack support.
Okay, I'll make that a permanent assignment. And potential targets is always nice, but I don't think we can afford it. Yeah, it's all. Oh, actually, sorry, the Azeri Mafia. Headquartered in the Moscow region, so surely this is something we can get arena. No, interesting. Why not? The counselor is not a criminal. Oh, they're an operative. I see. This definitely seems like what the doctor ordered. Even more money.
Ready for my mission.
Okay. Again, we assault the alien nest. We'll spend the 8.
Heading to the LZ.
Ready for my mission.
And again, if I want, I can spend up on influence. Yeah, you know what?
Establishing our presence.
We'll try the same trick. Although, really, I should be doing this in the States. The big problem is that one of the options to try and reduce my like the cost of the control points is I can abandon Russia, but the fact, like, if I abandon Russia, it makes it so much easier for people to purge me out, and then that basically gives a really big prize to the other people. So we've completed the Outpost Core project. Bases may be founded at hab sites surveyed by probes or ships. An outpost may have 3 additional small modules and a mine. So this will be good once we are in a place to take advantage of that. We've also got... Oh, sorry. Are the states represent... Not entirely, but they are sectioned off into a few different... areas. All right, alien base detected. We've detected a base belonging to the aliens at the Zaus Saxum in Halmea. Now, I do actually want to show you that. That was something I wanted to show you originally. There's the alien station. We have detected a station belonging to the aliens.
How could one so young, coddled as you are by the modern world, begin to understand what war is? I did what had to be done. Closing your eyes and wishing the monster away only makes you an easier meal. Colonel Hans Castillo, during a war crimes trial.
Living with the certainty that we are not alone requires we change from observing the cold worlds of our outer solar system when it suits some scientific purpose to actively monitoring them as an intelligence-gathering operation, like sentinels on a watchtower. With Earth and space stations constantly in motion, doing so requires an integrated network of sensors and analysts ready to investigate whether a transient blip is a small and simple chunk of nickel and iron on a grand journey through the universe, or an alien spacecraft coasting towards Earth. Allows a faction to track alien vessels and structures anywhere in the solar system, and immediately reveals all alien vessels and habitats within our detection range. It's a big one. Okay, let's go for alien flora at this point. It may be nice to do audience research, but we've clearly been going after the alien plants. So, this was the thing for Algrins that I was looking to show originally. So here's what's in space. We can now see all of it. So we've got Victor 4 through 6. That's interesting and all, but what we're really interested in are the bases. So it is a Kuiper Belt dwarf planet. I have no idea why it looks so squashed. That is its actual shape, apparently. So this is going to be something that we eventually try to do ourselves. But you'll notice that the aliens have some industry here already, and absolutely we can zoom in on it. Actually, I guess in this case, we click on it. But yeah, as you can see, right, they're alien battle stations, fusion reactor farm, nanofacturing complex, colony core. There's some stats for this. This one is Alien Surface Base Alpha. So it has like a combat rating of 112. I don't know how that rates like overall. But then there's a second one here. Now again, I'm not sure what the this might mean that it's under construction. But it's clear, right, that these are how it's building its fleets. And then there is going to be this is going to be something that we need to sort of face down. Right now, they're building a space station. In fact, we don't need to look at that view. We can look at it in 3D. This thing's got 4K strength. So, given the fact that the alien ships that are coming close to us are in like the tens, it's really clear that this is going to be a big fight for us. Right? This thing's got thousands in terms of strength. And as you can see, it's also like under construction. So it says here layered defense arrays. I'm going to assume, given the symmetry, that these things are probably done. Spaceworks, I'm assuming, is to build new ships. But yeah, like this is the neat part about it. And like again, this may count as a spoiler, but the idea here is that the aliens haven't shown up with this fleet ready to go. What they're doing is they are using our resources within the solar system to build the tools of the invasion, and it's as much our job to fight for the resources in our own solar system to be able to defend against the aliens. And if we decide to fight on, I guess the way you can think of it, right, is if we decide to fight on Earth, then it's an entire solar system worth of resources that the aliens can bring to bear on Earth as part of an invasion. Whereas if we go out from Earth and we claim those resources for ourselves, we have an opportunity not just to push the aliens back, but to be able to fight and take more of those resources for ourselves. Assuming, of course, that we were united, which we're not. So one of the first things we'll actually try to do is go to Luna. And you'll notice that there are similar markers on the moon as there were on... on that celestial body, let's say. And this is going to be where we build the bases. That's why I did that research for that outpost. But the thing is we need to probe the moon first. And other planets. But yeah, it's going to be a journey. Like we need to put the effort into. We've got orbital shipbuilding, I guess, so that's a start. But yeah, we need something to be able to. We need something to be able to actually see what the resources are. Okay, we will move forward. I'm actually at the end of the stream, but let's see how. Let's do a couple more rounds of missions, and we can talk about where the position is. We're now able to undertake the Alien Origin Project. So that's another one of our goals. So the tutorial objective is to found a safety.
With us.
Okay, good news.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Sorry,
Mum's
got a bunch to
last
clear.
years were a blur of doctors and treatments. By that point, every movement was painful. The one thing she loved was her aquatic therapy. Whenever I was home on leave, I'd take her to the pool for hours. Weightless, smiling, free. Commander Fiona Ayawade, during a psychological evaluation.
The old rules of aerospace cease to be when there is less aero and more space. Craft built for the purpose of traveling, transporting, and fighting in space have greater allowance for design versatility when friction and drag are no longer an issue. Materials can be more dense and designs can be more utilitarian. This does mean, however, that ships built for space must be built in space, at least if we are to avoid the time-consuming and costly haulage from Earth, not to mention, finding room for the colossal factories. Once the sizable initial investment is complete, orbital shipyards will provide an essential anchorage from which commerce, construction, and combat vessels alike will be born. The following technologies can now be researched: principles of space warfare, and the following projects may unlock for us to research in the future: lithium-sulfur batteries, saltwater batteries, molten salt batteries, molybdenum pipe reactor, interplanetary warships, liquid hydrogen containment, space dock, and supply depot. So definitely I want the ability to build ships in space. No, I don't have them right now. Alright, our assault on the alien life forms in the Leon region was successful. We believe that we've wiped out the invasive flora and fauna.
We still lack support.
Yeah, no surprise there that we didn't succeed.
We were unable to establish control.
Okay, who's my most
Where do you need me?
convincing?
Your orders?
Your orders?
22%. You know what?
Establishing our presence.
I'm here. At your service.
Okay, 0% I'm not willing to throw away for.
Putting our people in place.
Where to?
Standing by. Bringing them to our side.
At your service.
Standing by for orders.
So 1% versus 8. Yeah, we'll go for the 8.
Taking control.
Ready for orders.
And I could start investigating my people. Yeah, let's start investigating.
Surveilling target.
I want to try and establish what the real loyalty is for all my people, so. They have not come in peace. Images of obviously alien military ships and structures in the far solar system has dashed hopes worldwide for peaceful contact. Many who wish to seek an avenue of cooperation with the aliens are changing their views in light of some of the first hard facts about their arrival. So this is a big event for us. So in this case, roughly half of the control points belonging to the Academy will suffer the crackdown effect for 12 months. The Academy suffers a massive loss in public opinion around the world, and all nations' cohesion moves by 1 towards extreme values. The road ahead is fraught. So this is one of the things where if you're trying to make a move in Europe, this is the sort of stuff that you wait for, right?
Surveilled.
We have improved our knowledge about Nancy Ford, and we have pinpointed that their actual loyalty score is at 16. Let's repeat it, see if we can get any more information. So the UK is in play, and I suspect probably part of Brazil, yeah. Our adversaries have conducted a crackdown on our executive control point in Upper Guinea. Now, I'm not that worried about Upper Guinea. If I lose it, it's a shame, but this actually just frees up control points for me. It's honestly not, clearly that is not a big deal for me to get right now.
We failed to take control.
We failed to take control.
We failed to take control.
We still lack support.
So I'm taking a different approach with the United States now. What I'm going to do is my highest chance. So it's 4% with Hyrong. 3, yeah. So
where to?
And in fact, we probably should have enough to be able to augment persuasion. Yeah. Okay. Also take a quick second. I suspect we're not going to be able to get any new organizations.
We'll be running this place in no time.
Where do you need me? Taking control.
It's not 0, so that's why we're doing it. Commander, we have accumulated sufficient boost to launch a station command module in low Earth orbit. However, we do get some extra science for having an empty mission control, so I'm not gonna use it quite yet.
I have new information.
Okay, so that doesn't seem like we got anything new out of that. So we'll investigate the rest of my counselors. New project available. We are now able to undertake the Interplanetary Warships project. Allows the construction of the following ship components: 30mm autocannon, 6-inch cannon, 10-inch cannon, crate missile bay, gunship escort, and corvette. I always thought you got the corvette if you had the 6-inch cannon. All right, so project complete. We have completed the Alien Flora project. There was a finite amount to be gleaned from our study of the vegetative life form we have dubbed xenoflora, but not a lack of trying. The issue was that we have thus far been unable to fully crack its genetic makeup. For elements thereof are so, for lack of a better word, alien, as to be thoroughly inscrutable to us at the present time. That is a very difficult sentence to read. Neither have we been able to divine any clues as to its origin, other than to say it is most certainly not of this Earth. While we have previously observed some correlation between xenoflora growth and alien crash sites, causation now seems highly probable. Even its behavior supports this conclusion. It spreads faster than any terrestrial flora or even fungus, and with eerie, almost machine-like regularity. To suggest that xenoflora has been in some way genetically altered or even wholly designed would not be an unreasonable hypothesis. If left unchecked, it would very likely colonize a region in record time, preventing the growth of all other flora. To what end, we do not yet know. It would therefore be prudent to find a way to limit the organism's spread, whether through military or biological means. Okay, so it is tempting to go for interplanetary warships, but maybe we need the ability to... Well, actually, it also said we should research alien origin. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's a campaign objective, so we probably want to pursue that first. Then there is the option of... Well, I guess we don't have the option to build stuff in space. So yeah, we will we'll put a bunch of science into...
Our presence is growing.
Oh! Yes, okay. We gained a control point for the resistance in the United States of America. We now have 1 of 6 control points there, so it paid off.
We were unable to establish control.
So I'm gonna start.
Lack support.
I'm gonna start abandoning a few of these Central American locations. My control nation mission in Russia has failed. Maybe we'll just leave Russia.
We failed to take control.
Okay, critical failure. That's the one thing I'm worried about in the States. So we'll abandon Army under Resistance control. The 1st Infantry Division is now under the control of the Resistance. Nancy Ford, our ability to manage the affairs of so many nations is stretched thin, costing us 10.4 influence per month. Conducting management research can alleviate this. Now, we can actually afford that hit but this is only going to keep getting worse. So we will abandon Panama, and we will abandon Costa Rica. So we're back in compliance.
Acknowledged.
Reporting in.
Reporting in. Establishing control.
I'm going to slightly adjust the strategy here. We're going to do a public campaign in the U.S.
Reporting in.
Reporting in.
Oh. The initiative is also making a move on Russia now. So they have the security apparatus. That's not great for me. It actually looks like there's quite a bit of fighting going on for Russia. So, I am going to set the national... Or I don't... No, it's only 10.
To the capital.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare independence from Russia, and that way I'm okay abandoning it. Arena can investigate Ruby. Oh. Wait, Mal.
We'll see what they're up to.
So yeah, the first step on the U.S. is a big deal for us. So we will spike the spoils. Put a little more into knowledge. UFO crashes on Earth. An alien vessel has crashed down in the Luanda region of Angola. While the wreckage is unrecoverable, the alien life form escaped into the surrounding countryside. So obviously we'll send somebody out to check that out.
Surveillance complete.
We've improved our knowledge about Weima Zhang. We've pinpointed their actual loyalty score at 5, so not the most encouraging number to see there. Although I guess we originally thought they were 0, so I guess that's an improvement.
Laying the groundwork.
Oh, nope. That's
laying the groundwork. Public opinion remains unmoved.
As you can see, we're rolling in the dough.
Policy direction complete.
What? Exit the Federation. Huh. Requires consolidated executive control. I guess that would mean...
Prepping for next mission.
I guess that means I need more influence in Russia. Okay. That makes things a little harder. So, well, we'll think about how to deal with that later. Again, I'm not worried about that. I'm a little mad that it's the servants that got it, but we were expecting to lose that. We're at the point here where I need to start kicking.
We're unable to establish control.
We're trying to start kicking out nations under our control. Hurricane. A massive hurricane has struck the Mexico City region in Mexico. The damage is potentially horrific. We may mitigate the damage by directing funds and ops to the area. Now, as you can see, I'm really short on ops still. So we say that's terrible and move on. We do have some new organizations. So let's see what we can get. I usually just like cycling through here. So as you can see here, we've got the Nakata Syndicate. That will improve my ability to collect ops. So that's a purchase worth making. All right, now I've got a couple things that I want to do. So Nancy Ford is no longer going to be on the kind of tilting at the windmill of the Caribbean islands. Oh, by the way, we were talking about the re-entry animation. This is it here. Did I get the wrong country? No, it's here. I just don't see the fire. Anyways, we've
where to?
Yeah, we have enough boost for the low Earth orbit. Oh, there it is. Enough boost for the low Earth orbit, but what does it get me?
On the way to the target site.
At your service.
Okay.
Standing by for orders.
As before, we throw everything we can at the States.
Putting our people in place.
What's the up?
Ready for orders.
I'll make an effort.
Running this place in no time.
Acknowledged.
If I can get the executive, then that lets me leave. Weimao, we'll not only just do the public campaign, but we can throw some money at it to make it more successful.
Ready to go.
And this time we will investigate the potentially zero loyalty counselor. It's the thing you don't want to hear if you're pushing this button, which is the the big one. So it's kind of interesting. We've taken a very different path to achieve the goal that I was looking for, and I think my panicking for Russia and Kazakhstan.
We've got some intel on our target.
Well, again, higher loyalty than I thought, which is nice. So yeah, I've kind of created a little bit of a problem for myself in Russia.
Our case remains unheard.
Okay, that's fine. But we got our toehold in the States, and I think... Oh, Mexico's also in play now, so that's going to mean that this... we are able to attack the supply depot mission. Defend interests, Mexico. This is the same for all of them. I've learned some useful information from my investigation of the UFO crashdown site in Angola. We will receive a small bonus to our xenology research going forward. So good news there. I'm going to send someone to investigate and then hopefully blow up whatever aliens we find there. But yeah, like I said, it's a little funny that I broke, you know, I lost faith in the strategy, and it's actually creating some sort of control point difficulties for me as a result. But we do have some opportunities. This is good. We have gained a control point for the resistance in the United States of America, and public opinion has shifted 2 in our favor. We now have 2 of 6 control points here. That is exceptionally good. So we
were unable to establish control.
Have 34% and growing. Again, I'm not super invested in Russia. The executive will be nice to have to be able to get the boost. 1st Armored Division of the U.S. is now under the control of the Resistance. And again, we are losing capacity, so we'll start abandoning some Central American nations. There's only so many times I can do this trick, so I am gonna run into some trouble, but now
acknowledged.
I'm going to get. So we want to surveil
target area.
We want to surveil the area where there was the splashdown. We're going to continue to try to control the U.S.
Taking control.
So this is the corporation. So it's position 4. That's the mass media. Here we will continue to do a public campaign.
We'll make our appeal.
Acknowledged.
And Irina does not let me defend my. Ooh.
Where do you need me? Bringing them on board.
Okay, so I am going
Ready.
to. I hate that I'm doing this, but
Ready
I
to
am
go.
actually going to spend to defend
Where
interests.
to?
Find a little
Standing
hard.
by.
Oh no, we've got Ruby. Okay.
Making things safe for our people.
Standing by.
Reporting in. We'll bring this nation to our side.
Where to?
Ready.
Standing by.
Reporting in.
Where do you need me?
Where do you need me?
I'm here.
Okay.
Where do you need me?
And
Tracking target.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything with organizations anyway, but There we go. So again, closing in on the United States. Now the tricky part here is that I'm running out of countries to kick out of the control point numbers. So
on Overwatch. Protecting our interests.
We did find some nastiness, so we're going to send Irina to take those out. And we can undertake the space dock, so that's going to be helpful for building some more. That's going to be helpful for us building our fleets.
Person of interest surveilled.
Prepping for next mission.
So Irina's going to take out the alien life form, and then I think Nancy
Public opinion
will
is
get to
moving in our
investigate.
direction.
Okay, public opinion's nice, but I have other things I need. And of course, we're going to keep an eye on Canada.
We're taking over.
Brilliant. All right, man, we've got 3 of 6, so we have half of the United States towards our cause now. Again, I definitely need to put a lot of effort into making this all work, but now here's the hard one. Do I take the hit, or do I just accept that Russia is too big for me to handle? I probably should have done these before, but okay. So Irina is going to take out the alien asset. We only get one shot at those, so I do like spending up to accomplish the goal. Let's find out Irina's loyalty. I won't spend ops on it, but
ready for orders.
Ready for my mission.
I'm curious if I can try and get the executive. Oh wow, I can.
Putting our people in place.
Ready for my mission.
Oh, that's not the good use of it though. So
What's the op?
Ruby, who can do a crackdown?
At your service.
Ready.
Ready for orders.
Acknowledged.
Standing by for orders.
I'm here.
Ready.
I'm here.
Your orders?
Yeah, so they both have investigation
Ready for
4.
orders.
It's a Hail Mary, but this changes everything if we can put a crackdown, especially on Canadian mass media.
Targeting their key people.
Ready to go.
I'm also gonna just put one last push of money in.
I will tell our story.
All right, let's see if we can crack Canada. And then I think we can wrap it up there. $67. It's not like I wouldn't bet my life on it.
Nothing of note.
We're now able to undertake the molybdenum pipe radiator project. Allows the construction of the following ship components: molybdenum pipe radiator. Notice our research is starting to creep up a bit too.
We've moved the needle.
Okay, so that helps our cause for the crack, but we don't know if it worked yet.
Targets lost.
No! So now the question is if they go to try and defend it. No problem, Valiant Cheese. I'm actually going to be wrapping up pretty soon myself. I'm already half an hour over. Nice. Okay, we took out another alien life form. I am ultimately doing that because it's studying the alien origin and all that. Oh, nuclear test detected. Iran has completed a nuclear weapons test to the horror of the world. It gains 1 bomb and now may build more. All factions with control points in the nation gain 1 atrocity and suffer from negative shift in public opinion worldwide. Now, I think the good news there is that that's a servant's... Yeah, that's a servant's country. And we've lost the national industries control point in Russia to Project Exodus. Many of our people are no longer responding to our communications, and we have lost a significant amount of power over events there. So, I mean, that sucks for me, but I think I can live with Exodus controlling it over, say, the initiative. Ruby Burn, yeah, we are not going to be able to control it, so no point in trying. Okay, once more with feeling.
Ready for my mission.
84. Let's roll the dice on a 79.
At your service. What's the op?
Standing by for orders.
Standing by for orders.
What else do I want to try and do? Could try a coup in Iran, but I don't think, yeah. It's nice to cause some inconveniences for my opponents, but it's definitely, like, you kind of want to be thoughtful in terms of how you do that. I mean, one thing I can try would be control in United States. It's not like there's going to be... Oh, did I search? No, we already looked at the splashdown. Okay, I think we're going to do the same thing that we've done before. We're going to
bringing them to our side.
Take some flyers, hope we get a crit.
I will try to sway the public.
Acknowledged.
Ready for my mission.
Ready.
It's interesting that it seems to reset the loyalty.
Reporting in.
So it doesn't seem sort of like a permanent state of affairs. One thing I might want to do is just try to do more stabilizing in some of the nations that I might want to keep.
Initiating surveillance.
I think I have to make this the last one. Too many events. I wish I could look at all of them, but I know I'm already kind of slow in playing this.
Trillions of dollars just sitting up there, yet still the regulators drag their heels. Maybe it's time I treated the president to another golfing weekend. Chairman Soren van Wyk leaked private correspondence.
We may feel we know our nearest neighbor well, yet our visits to it were far apart and fleeting. The moon is a natural staging ground for missions to other worlds in the Sol system, as well as containing boundless resources of its own, so it is high time that we attempted longer-term habitation upon its barren surface. The rare earth metal deposits and water housed there would be of significant benefit to both lunar colonization and orbital construction efforts, freeing us from the need to expensively and slowly transport critical resources from Earth. The moon may not seem as enticing a trophy as Mars, Venus, or beyond, but we would be foolish to squander the wondrous opportunities it presents us with. Untangling decades of international regulation concerning its exploitation will be no easy matter, however. Allow sending probes to Earth's moon and the construction of habitats on the lunar surface. So this is definitely something that we want to invest in. I should also take a quick look at how quickly investment from Project Exodus ticks by. So it's currently August 4th. But again, now that we have the tech, we need to find Luna. And notice we've got a few options down here, so we can launch a prospector probe and found a platform. So build a command module for a small space station in the selected orbit. Yeah, no, in this case we'll just launch the prospector probe. It costs us half a boost and 4.1. I mean, that's daily income to us, so that's no big deal. And in 19 days we'll have finished the probe. Probe launched. A probe under the control of the Resistance has launched towards Luna. It will survey potential mining sites and allow the construction of habitats on the surface.
I have new information.
Surveillance complete.
I'm going to stop doing surveillance after this. I just don't see a lot of value in it, but... Why is there a 9% here?
The people will come to our side.
Did I forget to put
lost their trail.
Jesus. Oh, it's because they put the defenses in. Yeah, so we've lost the window on Canada. Still, that was the right strategy for it, right? Like, we put everything we could into the crackdown. It just didn't turn out for us. So we'll queue up another batch of tasks for... Oh, sorry. Okay, so it's been 11 days. So 150. We could kind of give them a run for their money. Sorry, I didn't mean to tab out like that. So yeah, if it's been 11 days for tech against Project Exodus. Now keep in mind that they are so like it's unquestionable that Project Exodus has far more scientific capacity than us. They are leading every single science project right now. But if we take a look at the fact that, oh no, sorry, it's 150 out of 100. So 66 over 11 days. That means they're contributing 6 per day. So if we were to assign 2, we could actually overtake them on the next round. The drawback is that we have the potential to finish Alien Origin soon. So in this case here, I think I'm willing to give up a little bit more. I'm willing to give up a little bit more in terms of research because we're already pursuing a lunar base. But I do want to sort of take my place on the scientific stage soon. Oh, and we have something for acquisition, so I don't have a ton of resources, but it's always good to check to see what's available there. Especially because some of this stuff in the States should be available soon. Well, once I have the money for it. Okay, crossing rivers for humanity, money, influence, science, persuasion, it's everything. So yeah, we've already... Yeah, no, I think we'll give it to our celebrity. The ones that cost money are like my absolute favorite, just because I've got so much of it.
We failed to take control.
Critical failure in the States. I mean, again, that's what it... coup in El Salvador. Again, that's not too bad, especially because the new control points are a wash. But yeah, we're going to redirect our...
Ready for orders.
We're going to redirect our attention back to the States. So, Hyrong, we're going to throw everything...
Bringing them to our side.
Into that 37. We will also
Your orders.
Put some money into public campaign.
Where to?
Where to?
I'm curious if I can actually get away with investigating a counselor here. Well, I mean, it's not the best chance, but it's better than some of the other alternatives.
Eyes on target.
Your orders?
Ruby, we can try in the States, but there's always the risk that we
I'm here.
Annoy people.
Tracking target.
Let's see if we can get one more in the US for the media. Again, it's going to be a disaster for control points because we're already like four control points away from being over the cap. But
Person of interest surveilled.
Cool.
Surveillance complete.
Man, 0%. I really wish I would have got that on the States. I should have read the text for that. I'm sorry. I'm just really curious how... Oh, probe arrives. A probe controlled by the Resistance has arrived at Luna and completed its scans. We may now construct bases there with the appropriate colonization technology. Monthly resource production for each site is listed below. So there's no like perfect site. In terms of diversity, it looks like Piri Crater, Mare Tranquillatus, or Mare Tranquillatus, and Shackleton Crater are probably the most... Well, again, the question is, do you value diversity or do you value large quantities? I think probably I want to take Mare Tranquillitatis, Sea of Tranquility, because it's the only one that's got the noble metals, whereas every other site... Now, again, not tons, right? Like, I definitely want to make sure that I secure some water and fuel. But I feel like out of all of the places where, like, if you don't get there, you lose it, I feel like the Sea of Tranquility is the one that counts like that. So, oh, but I need 9 boost, which I don't have. So it looks like we're just going to be waiting. But then again, nobody else is going to have 9 boost anyway. Well, okay, actually, maybe maybe Project Exodus, now that I think of it.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay, good news. Russia, under the control of Project Exodus, has agreed with Ukraine to end the Russia-Ukraine war. I think that's because they have control point. Yeah, they have control points in both. So, oh man, actually, yeah, Project Exodus is a huge rival for yeah, I'm pretty sure that shows that they just launched something.
Are in place.
Oh man, that's a good one for us. Okay. So we just got the media, and actually it was a 46% chance. I think we might have actually... No, 30% we probably would have succeeded anyway. That's a big one for us. In fact, it also seems like we have enough boost now to be able to get the boost, to get the... Oh, sorry, it's 9, not... What am I saying? I need to shut up and just play.
We still lack support.
The 2nd Marine Division of the United States is now under the control of the Resistance. Aliens have become rapidly more popular in France. Perhaps we should investigate for alien activity there. I guess that does give something for my other people to do, so
Ready
let's
for
get...
my mission.
I'm here.
Nancy
Ready.
can... Actually, I mean, Nancy can probably advise the U.S. at this point, but... let's get her to surveil
Eyes
France.
I'm here.
We will continue to do public campaigns in the States. So look at that, 89%, and that's because
to sway the public.
we just got the mass media.
Standing by.
Wait, I did this the wrong way around. I'm misattributing some of that gain.
What's the op?
Still, 86. That's good.
Where do you need me? We must persuade the people.
Ruby's
Standing by.
2.
Where to?
The tricky question for me is, what else am I willing to give up? Or do I just take the hit to control? I think I'm just going to take the hit to control. So
At your service.
I'm not really getting what I need from Kazakhstan. And it's because it's just because so much of the boost is going into Russia, which is now controlled by Project Exodus. if I give it up, then Project Exodus is absolutely going to snatch that up from under me. I cannot believe that I have been going for spoils. I mean, I could just dismantle the... so I could say no boost in Kazakhstan and like just completely demolish it, but I don't think that's the right way of going about it either. So again, our strategy of focusing on the states is definitely... It's definitely playing out. We're getting what we need. But I mean, one thing I can start doing as well is stabilizing the states. I mean, it's not that much unrest. Although I bet Mexico would benefit from that.
We'll restore peace to this nation.
So Mexico isn't quite as important because we've got a good toehold in the United States, but yeah, I think I'm just going to take the hit on administration and accept that I need to invest in my ability to control a very large number of control points. It says we can improve it with administration command and persuasion, which I'm kind of already doing, but it's taking a while. Okay, I did say this was going to be the last batch, but we'll do one more round. We'll see how it turns out. What I was really hoping for was to get to the 9 boost, but I don't think that's going to happen within the next month. Norway and Canada have ended their alliance, so who controls Norway is the question. Because that definitely seems like a... oh, look, there's boost in Canada.
Winning their hearts and minds.
Things are stabilizing.
Okay, let's make that a permanent assignment for now. Yeah, so... Sadly, the servants are still pushing their agenda.
We've gained significant support.
Brilliant. 5 of 6 in the United States. So all we need now is the executive, and we have it all.
We failed to take control.
My control nation mission in the United States. Well, that's, I mean, it's a 4% chance. I can't be too mad about that. I'm going to take a quick second. So there's a few things going on here. So 2nd Infantry Division is under the control of the Resistance. We are losing influence now, so I have to make some hard choices. So first thing, I am going to abandon Kazakhstan. Still not enough, so I might actually have to try abandoning Mexico, which is a really tough pill to swallow, but oh, you know what? Then I didn't need to give up Kazakhstan. But that's fine. I will still keep there. But again, we've got the United States in our pocket. That's a really nice place to be. And actually, I guess one thing I can start doing is cooing some of these Central American territories back to myself, or we save the command for Canada. Okay. So there are some organizations that I'm interested in. Now, the ones I'm going to focus on the most are the ones that are cash-based. And it looks like we got a few people. Okay, so the reason Irina can't do anything is she doesn't have any admin capacity. So I want anybody who can do a crackdown to be the one who... Oh, wait a minute. So Hairong Y can do the crackdown. And Irina can, but Irina doesn't have org capability. So I may need to reconsider. So if we switch out Asclepius brands, we could replace that with... oh wait, no, that's influence. Okay, I actually only need to give up one of those. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Asclepius is just about the money. So I'm going to put that to unassigned. So we will then assign the Aldermarin Intelligence Group, and that will improve their investigation. That'll mean that they're better at crackdowns. Lots of options here. Seems to me like the scientist is probably better for Hadrian metals. But that closes off Aegis defense. Mind you, Ruby can get that. Finally, the Theia Foundation, which will give me additional influence, which I kind of need right now. But then the question is, who gets it? I guess I'll put it with Weymouth, but I feel a little bad about it just because, like, that's wasting the capacity. Oh god, I almost forgot about Asclepius brands. Okay. So again, really boosted our capacity here. I'm still not sure about the decision for Mexico, but...
Ready to go.
Alright, let's start investigating
We'll see what
our
they're
opponents.
Ready for my mission.
Ready.
Your orders?
At your service.
Huh, Hyrong apparently has become so much less convincing?
Ready
Is
to
that
go.
right?
Reporting in.
Ready for
I guess
orders.
it's because we're trying to take the executive.
I'm here.
Let me
Where
just
to?
see how those modifiers work. Oh no, it's because we can't spend as much influence.
We'll be running this place in no time.
At your service.
Standing by for orders.
Where do you need me?
I think we're gonna just spam spam the states with control
Establishing
missions.
control.
Okay, and I hate that I'm saying this one more time, but we're at the 52-minute mark. It's already 11 o'clock, so this is, for real, the last one, and it's just because we're close to getting the executive. No one believes that, yeah. I'll even speed it up faster.
Mission abort.
Okay.
It takes so very little for one tribe of humanity to look upon a second tribe as the other. Think of what will happen once hundreds of millions of kilometers lie between us. Chancellor Li Qingzao, Distributed Humanity.
Though it is scarcely an appealing home, there is no better prospect within our solar system for eventual colonization than our crimson neighbor, Mars. It lacks a breathable atmosphere, the radiation risk from both galactic cosmic rays and solar energetic particles is extreme, the soil is flooded with toxins, and the low gravity will weaken both bones and muscles and cause cardiovascular problems. Then there is the cold and the minimal supply of water, and, with travel each way also taking months, at least until such time as we have made profound progress in spaceflight technology. Only the bravest and hardiest pioneers would dare to take this chance. Yet if humanity is to ever explore the stars, or settle on further out planets, or trace our alien visitors to their own homeworld, there is simply no choice other than Mars. In terms of temperature, sunlight, and simple proximity, no other planet in our system comes close. Our scientists are now confident that the settling of a limited number of highly trained personnel will be possible thanks to a combination of highly complex life support systems and certain cyanobacteria capable of photosynthesis even on Mars' hostile surface. The latter, grown at sufficient scale, can generate both food and oxygen locally, and allow the propagation of more complex organisms. It is from these starting blocks that long-term life on Mars will begin. Allow sending probes to Mars and the inner system asteroids, and the construction of habitats at those locations. Allows exploration and construction of Sun-Earth Lagrange points and asteroids in the Earth orbital region. And we can do a mission to the asteroids. Now, I'm not going to fly...
unable to increase security.
I would like to be able to fly out to Mars, or at least probe it, but we are still working on our boost to be able to get our look.
We still lack support.
No, we didn't get the control of the states.
We were unable to establish control.
We were unable to establish control.
All right.
What's the op?
What's the op?
At your service.
Where do you need me?
Yeah, man, we're 26.
Ready to go.
So I think
Standing by.
we will set up
Where to?
for public campaigns.
Making our case.
Standing by for orders.
Ready to go. We'll bring this nation to our side.
Reporting in. Surveilling target.
Okay. So I'm kind of spamming the states to get control of the executive. I mean, I've already kind of gone all in on the states. It is worth noting, so in terms of monthly income, if our boost income is 2, oh wow, our science went down. What gives? Because we're already investing so much in knowledge, I'd be surprised. We should also probably try and improve the cohesion, which we're already kind of doing. I mean, we're not investing in unity, but democracy should be like pushing it towards... Well, we're on flawed democracy. Yeah, okay. We're going to need to think a little bit about how we've arranged the states. But yeah, I mean, so for the last little bit of boost, we get a 0.3. I wonder if that's an annual amount. Monthly boost, so 0.3 a month. This is monthly research. So yeah, for this daily amount, I'm actually quite a bit stronger on research than I thought I was. We very likely could overtake Exodus on at least one of their projects. We'll wait until the things sort of reset, obviously, but we're also almost done Alien Origin. But yeah, so we've gone all in on the states. So, you know, we're gonna throw everything we can at capturing the executive. Once we have that, we're probably going to have to mind our manners because our cap is going to be so high. But again, we've got the global superpower. We have a lot of research. We have a lot of boost. We have a reasonable enough platform to try and integrate Canada if things work in our favor. What I'll do in that situation, I do want to kind of keep the United States on, lockdown for myself. So, it'll probably be like defend interests and public campaigns, both in Canada and the US. I will have to sort of just white knuckle the next 6 months for Mexico, hoping I don't lose it. But yeah, we did. not quite the way we had originally planned, but we've now sort of pulled off what we were looking to do. It's also worth mentioning that Canada is worth a little bit less than it was before because the servants have been successful at severing some of the treaties. But what our goal is next, so now that we got the US, we've got the base that we need for our materials. Technologically, we do want to try and think about how we're going to unify North America sooner rather than later, because that's going to allow me to make the most of my control points. But on top of that, with all of the boost in mission control, I really need to start thinking about how I'm going to be spending that. And again, I figure establishing some lunar bases, establishing a way of collecting resources off of the moon is the best way forward. Again, we're not quite at the point where I can spend those resources. We will be, Sea of Tranquility. I think probably the way that I want to do it is claim as many outposts as I can. Basically, every 5 months I should be able to get another one. But I don't want to assume that other factions are going to ignore the mining opportunities. So, how are we in the playthrough? I have no idea. I'm actually largely ignorant of a lot of the space stuff, but at the very least, I have the foundations in place to be able to get a viable space program up and to start throwing my weight around on the world stage with science. So that's a start, right?
Your orders?
I will say again, a big thank you to Hooded Horse and Pavonis for sending along an early look at Terra Invicta, both for the demo as well as the full game. I'm really, really excited to see the game out in the wild and for everybody to be able to play it and interact with it. It is worth mentioning, I mean, as Pavonis has said, it is a game that is in development. It's in early access. And they did sort of specify that. Oh, actually, you know what? From the time that I started streaming to the time that that we finished, it's now mostly positive. So 71% of the reviews for Terra Invicta are positive, and I feel a heck of a lot better about that than before. I definitely do not think that this is a game that merits mixed, but again, I was given a key for it. I'm definitely looking forward to playing this, so I will admit that there is I have a little bit of a balancing act to do, because I do still very much like Old World, and I'd like to cover some more of that, but I do sort of feel like Terra Invicta is kind of the hot new thing, so it's not too terrible to I don't think it's too bad to spend a little time on that. Oh man, I really would have thought Terra Invicta would have broken the top sellers on Steam. Huh. Oh yeah, no, it's totally number 3. Or number 4, sorry. EA Sports FIFA 23 is number 1. Yeah, good for them. So yeah, it looks like it's found its audience. That's great. The new hotness versus no, I don't want to put it that. It's old world, not old and busted. But yeah, no, Old World's a wonderful game. Like I said, Hooded Horse, I discovered them through Terra Invicta, but they definitely seem to have a very clear, idea about what a game for them is, and it's very much my kind of game. So the latest releases have been Clanfolk, Terra Invicta. Sorry, we had Clanfolk, Terra Invicta, Old World. You know what? Let's just look at the publisher page on Steam. I'm clearly not making sense. I still have stuff to do tonight, by the way, so I'm my brain's gonna be mush. Okay, so Terra Invicta, Clan Folk. Ah. Oh yeah, I think Against the Storm's available now, isn't it? Doesn't seem to be here. Nope, Against the Storms. Okay, so, tell you what. I should be looking for someone to host, but here's what they got right now. So, what you can buy. Terra Invicta, Nebulous Fleet Command. That was actually available in February, so I think that was the first Hooded Horse title, and I wasn't aware of it. Old World, Clan Folk, and of course Heroes of the Aegean, that was released at the same time as Old World, and of course Old World had been available on Steam. I don't know 100%, but I have a suspicion that probably Hooded Horse played a role in bringing Old World to Steam rather than it being an Epic exclusive. That is speculation on my part. That is not from the developers or the publisher or anything like that, but I have something of a guess. I'm kind of curious about this one, honestly, because I think I might have seen a trailer for it. Upcoming releases. Against the Storm, Capital Command, Manor Lords, Alliance of Sacred Sons, as you can see, wish listed. Sons of Valhalla. I'm really interested in Espiocracy. I haven't heard a whole lot about it recently, but this is definitely one that I'm interested in. Mars Tactics is another one that's coming up that I hadn't heard of. Fata Deum, Fragile Existence, Falling Frontier. Again, that was one that I put on my wish list. Way of Wrath, Heart of the Machine, and I was not aware that they are now publishing Xenonauts 2. So for those of you who are fond of XCOM, looks like Hooded Horse has got your back with Xenonauts as well. So clearly, you know, if you're a strategy gamer and you've not hit that follow publisher button, I highly recommend you do so. Now, I did say we were going to find someone to host, so who do we have? I will actually ask a quick question here, because I know there's a few more of you in the chat than there normally is. I have tried in the past to host some people when it comes to strategy games that I'm interested in. I do try to host the same game, but I have hit a kind of a shoal of some, like, I really regret hosting this person runs. I'm actually a lot more cautious about hosting strangers because it really is not, it's really not turned out for me. So there are a couple of streamers who I know who are currently streaming. So we've got the Wolf Arok, who's doing Retro, and Tiberiosity, who's doing Cyberpunk 2077. Or would we like to pass the host on to one of the Terra Invicta streamers? I noticed that there's someone that says Chilled, Let's Kick Some Alien Ass, Episode 1, so it looks like somebody who's new into the game. We've got Game and Peace for All Mankind, continuing the session. You've got another Resistance player. Does anybody have any strong feelings one way or the other? Game for anyone I recommend? Well, if it's a stranger, I don't know if I would recommend, but... okay, tell you what. Let's host the Sayurian, who says, let's kick some alien ass. That'll keep it in Terra Invicta. One of the reasons why I like keeping it in the same game is because, obviously, if Hooded Horses and Pavonis are going to be nice enough to send me a key, the least I can do is, like, not take that key and transfer it to... like another game. So I will just take a quick second here. For those of you, if it doesn't work out for you, or if you're looking for something else to play or to watch, we've got the Wolf Arok, who's currently doing some retro, and then a fellow Canadian, Tiberiosity, is currently playing Cyberpunk 2077. But I will leave you in the capable hands, hopefully capable hands, of the Sayurian. I am going to be back on Wednesday. We should be back for either Phantom Brigade or Industries of Titan. I'll figure it out. I'll play it by ear. But I hope to see you there one way or the other. Friday we'll probably be back to Imperium's Greek Wars. I hope you enjoyed that. The developer was very gracious about covering the game, and it looks like they actually really found their audience with the new DLC, which I was happy to see. So that's definitely very heavy on strategy for the next little while, but I don't think that's a bad thing. And then for those of you who are here for Terra Invicta at the latest, we will do that on next Monday. And I'll be honest with you, as much as I'd like to do some extra episodes, I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to do it. So, anyways, see you all in a week or a couple days. Enjoy the next stream.